Call it Wonderful Wednesday at the world's greatest collector car auction, where hundreds more automotive dreams are about to come true, and you've got a front row seat at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. Welcome once again to the Valley of the Sun, to Scottsdale, and to day 2 of the 2024 Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction, part of our continuing coverage of the world's greatest collector car event here on FYI. I'm Bob Varsha. It takes untold hours to prepare the main auction hall here at Westworld for all the activities that are the Barrett-Jackson auction. But the work got done, the parties are over, and then it was time to get down to work. Yesterday, 2 cars for the first time in memory broke the $100,000 mark. This 1971 Chevelle from Nikki Sixx, frontman of Motley Crue, went for $100,000. And just a short while later, this beautiful black Chevelle Custom from 1970 raised the bar to $110,000. And no one can recall 200 grand cars on a Tuesday, even here at Barrett-Jackson. But that was then, and this is now, as we welcome you live into the main auction hall here at Barrett-Jackson. Among the nation, the tens of thousands of fans and bidders who have come here to enjoy the action just to my left on the auction block. Now, yesterday was one thing, today is something entirely different, and much will change. More cars, better quality cars. They will cross the block more quickly as a result, and I can guarantee you $100,000 yesterday is going to be way in the rearview mirror by the end of today. So we needed some extra hands, and who better than to welcome back our old colleague, Mike Joy.
Well, thank you, Bob, and great to share the microphone with you once again. Yes, things are different today. They've been selling cars here for 5 hours, and early this morning, there were bargains to be had, but no more. The place is full of bidders, and the car quality, as you've said, gets better. More gleaming paint, more restored to original cars, more resto mods, more hot rods. Okay, just more. Now, you're the only person on this telecast that gets to call me old colleague, but Rick DeBrule and I have shared this block for some 20 years, though this will be the first week that we have patrolled the block together. Rick?
Well, thanks a lot, Mike, and we're really looking forward to it. I guess, where do we begin? There's so many great cars that are going to be crossing the block today. Well, how about the 1950s? There's a 1953 Volkswagen Ragtop. I'm really looking forward to the beginning of the VW line, the early years. How about a 1954 Kaiser Darrin, a sports car that wasn't able to save that company. And finally, a 1957 Ford Skyliner, the hardtop retractable. Not a lot of those around. Love to see those. That's just the 50s. I haven't even gotten into the 60s and the 70s and the 80s. So let's get right to it. They just hammered one truck sold, and rolling up behind it, well, we're going to see a 1962 Ford Thunderbird come to the center stage. It's got the sports roadster back. Love this line. Remember, they originally started off with the Baby Birds, which were the 2-seaters of the 1950s, 56, 55, 56, 57. But what everybody really wanted were 4-seaters, and that's exactly what they were able to deliver with that next generation of Thunderbird.
However, here is the Sport Roadster edition. This is a 4-seat Thunderbird, but look at the headrest fairing that has been installed here behind the front bucket seats, giving this car the appearance of a 2-door. Now, that can be removed, but the Sports Roadster, if authentic and if original in this body style, is rare and highly prized. There's a copy of the window sticker here that does so indicate the list of options that came on this car, which came out of the dealership at $4,000 when new.
Well, you know, the great thing about the Sports Roadster, that tonneau cover in the back, is that it actually came on and off pretty quickly. It wasn't something that took an awful lot of work to get on and off. You could do it in just a few minutes. So it could take a 4-seater and make it a 2-seater in just a few moments. And take a look at the length of the back of this. You've got this long trunk, this center section, and you've got this long section going up over here. Just a massive amount of red as it goes all the way to the back of the car.
My favorite styling touch of these are the exterior door handles. Note this stainless steel trim that runs the whole length of the car. Well, that is the door handle right there. That's just very cool.
Beautiful T-Bird, and it sells for $40,000. Now let's meet another member of our broadcast team here on FYI. He's the host of Hoovie's Garage, Tyler Hoover.
Sorry, I was wiping the drool off my face after looking over one of my dream cars selling today. 2006 Lamborghini Gallardo Spider. This one's finished in a muted color, Grigio Lynx, but there is a little bit of bright Lambo colors in here. Come in and look at the brake calipers. They are painted yellow, and note that accent for later. Now continue down the body. This is a mid-engine, so that V10 is mounted in the rear, 512 horsepower, and this one's showing just shy of 30,000 miles. So a little higher in the Lambo world with mileage, but a good selling point with this one is it has a brand new clutch. When you buy one of these, you want to make sure it has plenty of life left on it. This one with the clutch just a few months ago, a big thumbs up. But then you go back inside and you can see it is a black interior, but there are little yellow accents with the pipings in the seats, in the dashboard, and in the floor mats. This one's a Spider, so the top goes down. Imagine the price goes up. It's already a Lamborghini, so it's going to be an incredible price when it crosses the block.
Thank you, Tyler. And that Gallardo will cross the block later today, so keep your eye out for it. Right now on the block is lot 433. It's a 1993 Toyota Land Cruiser FZJ75.
Well, not the FJ you usually see. This is the stretched, longer wheelbase, larger capacity version, though it still has the 24-valve 6. And the hammer falls $27,000 on that very clean Restore Land Cruiser.
Oh, you're right, Mike. That was quick. So away rolls the FJ and into its place. Lot 434 is a 1964 Chevelle Malibu SS 327-300.
I got to tell you, Bob, I feel like I'm standing in a Chevy new car showroom. That's how nice this is. Here's the small block, now newly enlarged to 327 cubic inches, painted in Chevy engine orange, black air cleaner. Still the plant markings on the firewall as to what was done at each shift. This one with power steering and power brakes. Beautiful brand new paint.
Well, it's because back in 1964, the Chevelle was brand new. This was the year that it entered the market. And, you know, we think of it as such a common car, but back then it was like, hey, let's try something new. And it was a big hit the first year. In fact, they sold 338,000 of them right away, of which nearly 79,000 were the SS versions.
SS standing for Super Sport. It was largely a trim package. You got a little bit extra performance, but largely you got a lot more stainless trim in and out, full console with the bucket seats. And even though this is modern base coat, clear coat paint, it looks gorgeous. Looks better than anything ever came out of the factory in 1964.
Yeah, talking about the SS as a trim package, it was even available on the 6-cylinder in the beginning.
And the hammer falls at $42,000. That gentleman will sign for his new acquisition and have 72 hours to leave the property with us. And now here's another member of our team, April Rose.
Hey, Bob, thanks. I am out here on the sprawling grounds at Barrett-Jackson under one of the many tents. I mean, you can really spend probably 17 weekends here and you're never going to see all the vehicles. But this one, I just had to show you, 1973 Bronco. I love this custom hood with the two-tone paint and the flat black pinstripe all the way around it. You got a winch just in case you're in some sticky situations, and an upgraded all aluminum radiator right in there, LED headlights and hood pins. Just all these details go a long way. Now this one's got a stroked 347 V8 5-speed manual with 4-wheel drive. And I want you to take a look inside. I love when builders use these throwback houndstooth seats. Just such a neat, cool nod to this first generation Bronco, and that cool bronze leather wrapped wheel. Great updated gauges, and it's all finished off in a custom cobalt paint. This is a great truck all around, just really, really well done. Bob?
Thank you very much, April. Here's a look at our air schedule for the balance of the week here in Scottsdale. Today, we'll run from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern, all on FYI. Tomorrow, 5 p.m. to 11, once again on FYI. Then on Friday, we'll be on 3 to 5 p.m. on History Channel. And then, 6 p.m. and then 6 p.m. to midnight live on FYI. And then Sunday, reverse it. We'll go from 2 until 6 p.m. on FYI, and then 6 p.m. to midnight on History Channel. So plenty of hours coming your way here from Barrett-Jackson. Speaking of coming your way, coming up is this little beauty, a 1999 Ferrari 456M GT car. Fabulous car. Look for it when we come back. Welcome back to Scottsdale and Barrett-Jackson, where moments ago, this beautiful 1965 Ford Thunderbird custom convertible, restored back in 2015, raised the roof. Bitter paddles went in the air. The car sold for $86,000. That's our number 2 sale of the day and number 4 of the auction. To Mike Joy.
Thank you, Bob. Let's start with Craig Jackson, whose name is on the door here. I have to keep looking at my calendar watch to see that this is Wednesday. It looks like Thursday or Friday out here.
And that was what we said at the start of the week. The quality of the cars every day is going to seem like it was the day after last year. So today is like a regular Thursday. It's Wednesday. Look at the crowds here. It is truly amazing. The docket is very diverse, but the quality has gone up. I was watching the Open. You got Lamborghinis. You've got a little bit of everything coming across the block today. Very hot. The quality keeps stepping up. That's the way Steve laid the docket out.
Well, let's talk about that, Steve, and how what folks are going to see over these next 5 hours is different from what they saw yesterday.
Well, you know, the interesting thing, I made a comment on the block, Mike, it was a very dynamic moment. We had a rat rod that preceded a Ford antique tractor with a flathead, original flathead engine. I mean, those are extreme examples, but something from that amazing historic moment of a flathead and a tractor to the next thing, a European sports car. And then we've got a resto mod. We've got 50s classics. It's an absolute amazing snapshot of the collector car universe at Barrett-Jackson, compounded with all the excitement and anticipation of what's going to turn out to be epic in every way.
Now, over the past decade, I'm used to people, well, yours and my age, coming here to relive their youth. But I look out here, there's a lot of younger people, and they're raising their hands. They're buying cars.
Absolutely. You know, we kicked off on Saturday with the Barrett-Jackson Cup, but we also had the Future Collector Car Show, STEM, through all the social media, really reaching out. And young kids, it's like, oh, they don't like cars. They love cars. And you see the enthusiasm here. Now they're getting to where they have enough money to buy cars. We've been nurturing them for a long time. They've been watching us old guys on Speed Vision and Speed for 20, 30 years, with 28 years now on TV. So I think they grew up watching us, and they love the cars.
All right, we're 15 minutes in. That's 2 uses of the word old. I am over it. We're going back to the block, fellas. Have a great day.
We're seasoned.
That was exactly where I was going to go, Mike. Who's old? Hammer high? No. You could still bid on lot 436, a 1946 Ford Business Custom Coupe.
Yeah, very nicely done. Brand new 350 cubic inch engine under the hood.
$34,000 takes it to its new home. Beautiful paint job. Now, in keeping with what you just heard from Craig Jackson and Steve Davis, something different from what preceded it. This is lot 436.1, a 1996 Dodge Viper RT10 Roadster.
Well, yeah, this was the second generation of the Viper that arrived in 1996. You know, the original generation was, I don't want to call it a crude car, but it was pretty rough around the edges. It did not have much of the way of creature comforts. And while everybody loved that first generation, it was time to kind of move along and give just a little bit more. So, and when I say a little bit more creature comforts, this has a little bit more, not a lot.
What it does have a lot of is horsepower. That V10 would just, I think everybody was surprised when Viper came out with a V10 instead of, say, a modern Hemi or a more traditional V8. But they wanted to make a statement with this car, and boy, did they.
Yeah, 410 horsepower under that hood. And boy, how many times did we see this Viper engine show up in all kinds of hot rods, trucks, all kinds of great stuff.
Now, creature comforts, yes, there is a top that attaches, but don't look for roll-up windows even in this version. You still have the assemble-it-yourself side curtains, but come on, how many of these were actually driven in the rain anyway? Probably very few.
And this one, I can tell you, got driven even less in the rain. It has only 6,300 original miles on the odometer. So it looks great for a very good reason. For the last almost 30 years, it's been sitting in a nice air-conditioned garage, possibly. So it looks perfect.
And right on cue, the hammer drops at $53,000. That plus the 10% buyer's premium and appropriate taxes going wherever that gentleman wants it to go. So away with the Viper, and here comes a 1957 Ford Ranchero pickup, lot 437.
The very first of what would become a long line of Rancheros, and from Chevrolet, El Caminos. From the back of the door forward, it's a car. It's a 57 Ford. And from there backward, the two-door station wagon body style was decapitated and a pickup bed added. So party in the front, business in the back, or vice versa. I love these. I have El Caminos. I've owned Rancheros. I think they're just so cool. And today, you run into a lot of people who've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, it's a really simple concept. And a lot of people today go, wow, why do we still do that? And I guess the closest would be the Hyundai Santa Cruz.
Yes, and the forthcoming electric Chevy Silverado is very similar Ute body style to this. Chevrolet and Pontiac considered bringing in the Holden Maloo, which the whole Ute body style originated in Australia after all. The reason they didn't, they were afraid it would cannibalize sales from full-size pickups, and it was the same story at Ford.
Look at these taillights. Look familiar to you? Yeah, they're the bullets that you just saw in that 57 T-Bird and the the late 50s, early 60s Thunderbirds.
40,000 takes it away. And to your point, Mike, as the Summit Racing sold sticker goes on with the appropriate number, earlier today, a Chevy El Camino SS396, same basic design concept, went for $72,000. Okay, on to 437.1, a 1967 Chevy Malibu.
This is a body-on-frame built car, and it is said to have been frame-off restored. Still has a 327 V8, an automatic transmission. This one with bucket seats and a full console and clock, and modern base coat, clear coat paint. Another Chevelle that looks much better than the day it left the factory.
I was going to say, to your point, a little bit earlier with that 64 that rolled across, that looked like it had just rolled off the showroom. And this, to be honest with you, probably looks better than the day it rolled off. Now, they haven't dolled it up. They haven't made it an SS, done other things with it. It's simply a Chevelle Malibu. But this is the last year of the first generation that starts in 1964, goes through 1967. In 1968, they're going to make a big change to the body style. It's got more of a fastback look. But this is the end of the line for the first generation. Look at the number, $60,000.
And it jumped right to $50,000. I thought that one might raise the roof, but 60 is where it stopped, and it belongs to that gentleman because this is an all no reserve auction, no minimum bid to be met before the car will be released by its consignor. And the hammer falls, the high bidder gets the vehicle. It's a beautiful day in the Valley of the Sun with more great weather expected the rest of the week. So if you have a chance, come on out to Westworld. Welcome back. There's a beautiful view of the sun-bathed Westworld complex. Year-round, it's an equestrian facility where people can bring their horses. Also athletic fields for the kiddies. But 1 week each year, and now 2 weeks going forward. More on that in a bit. It's the home of the world's greatest collector car auction. Now on the block, a 1965 Ford Mustang convertible.
Well, this is an unrestored Survivor. It comes with a complete owner history. It's been in Oklahoma since 1977, which we know is a dry state, friendly to collector cars. 289 C4 automatic, 4-shifter as they all had. Dealer added air conditioning under the dash. The top, the tires, and the exhaust have been replaced. But this is otherwise, Rick, a Survivor.
Well, you know, not the first Survivor, first-generation Mustang that we've seen, but honestly, it's one of the best. They're talking about how they still have the red oxide coating on the bottom. You know, when you bought this brand new back in 1965, you were going to spend just a little over $2,500, and you were going to have to pay a premium of about $25 over the price of the Fastback. A couple $100 more than the coupe, but you think about what you got and what the value is today, boy, it just ramps up tremendously, whether it's a convertible or a fastback over the traditional notchback. And they made plenty of them. 680,000 were built that first year.
Now 48.5 is a big step up from that $2,000 figure you mentioned, Rick. The 289 badging. Very cool car, I think. Now rolling up is lot 440, a 2010 Mercedes-Benz CL63 AMG.
So cars don't have to be old to be collectible. You note that this has the blackout grille, the AMG styled front apron, and AMG wheels. This car comes out of California, so a lot of dark tint. 13,400 actual miles, and one of those big AMG motors for all the power. This was the Executive Express. CEOs drove these. The S-Class Coupe, badged as the CL.
Exactly right. You know, we traditionally think of the CL as being the smaller, the C range as being the smaller, but it absolutely was not. And one of the cool things that they've done with this is they actually have like fender flares. If you look out, they popped out the fenders both at the back and at the front to give it a wider appearance. Now the reality is it was already pretty wide to start with, but just wanted to give it a meatier, beefier look on this AMG.
And give it much wider wheels and tires than the more pedestrian CL, which would have been a 500, a 550, or a 600, depending on which engine. But when you only have 2 digits in that model number, well, that's it's been treated to the factory tuning arm AMG with one of those great purposeful supercharged V8s.
Yeah, lots of glass to be able to see just about everywhere, but they've really done a wonderful job with this era. I love the fact that the lines up the side kind of lean into the forward look, so it looks like it's even going faster sitting still.
$2 takes it home, and that young man is absolutely delighted. Maybe he could drive it by the time prom rolls around. I don't think so. Hey, if you'd like to know anything about the Barrett-Jackson collection of auctions, including the big show here, the mothership in Scottsdale, go to barrett-jackson.com. You'll find merchandise, all sorts of information about the process of the auctions, dates. It's all there, barrett-jackson.com. And here's a car we showed you earlier and told you to keep an eye out for. Lot 440.1 is a 1999 Ferrari 456M GT.
Well, this was the Ferrari 2+2, the family Ferrari, if you will, with a V12 and automatic and what looked to me like aftermarket wheels. But this one has a checkered past. The vehicle history report indicates a potential mileage discrepancy and a rear-end accident at one time. That's okay as long as it's disclosed and the bidders are aware, as they are here, of the car's history.
Yeah, and here we're at the point where we're 25 years later, and the older a car goes, the less people are concerned about it. And one really important thing that they're talking about is that the engine recently was taken out and fully serviced. So if there were any issues from an engine perspective, hopefully with that full engine out service, that 436 horsepower engine is now back up to exactly where you want it to be.
I was over at Roger Penske's dealership this morning, talking to Chad Morgan, the GM, at Ferrari in North Scottsdale. Those little emblems were on every car they have there. They are optional, those cloisonne Ferrari shields. You're going to spend about $3 grand to add those to your new Ferrari, but it seems like everybody does.
You could just fold it into the 60 grand, plus buyer fee and taxes that gentleman is about to pay for that beautiful Ferrari. Now let's rejoin April Rose.
Hey, Bob, right now I'm in the Meguiar's staging lanes where everyone can come and check out these beautiful cars right before they cross the block. Now, I know I have a problem. I'm obsessed with Grand Nationals, but especially this year, 1987. They are just so spectacular. And like I said, 87 is the best because it got the turbo intercooled 3.6 V8. 3.8 V6 that made it one of the fastest production cars at the time. And this one has the sunroof option, which you don't see a lot of. Now inside, you can check all the sweet turbo logos in the headrests. And the wild part about this particular one only has 16,667 miles. It'll be really interesting to see what a low mile GN goes for in just a few moments, Bob.
All right, thank you very much, April. And Rick DeBrule, didn't you say you wanted to have a closer look at this 1953 Volkswagen Beetle with the sliding rag top?
Absolutely. This is a really significant car. This is 1953, very early in the Beetle run, and it's the first year of the oval window in the back. Up until this point, they'd had two windows. You know, we refer to the 63 split window Corvette. Well, they forget that the split window was being used by Volkswagen in the early 1950s. And looking at the restoration on this, I can tell you, top notch. Not just on the outside, the interior, but even look at the engine compartment. That 25 horsepower engine, not a lot of power, but they gear it just right. It can go where you want to go. And this is the, I think, the third year for the rag top on top.
$50,000, is that what you would have guessed for this little beauty? Well, that's what it got as it heads out the door toward its new home. We've got a break coming up and untold numbers of dream rides coming up later on. So stand by. We'll be back with more from Westworld of Scottsdale on a beautiful day in Arizona. Welcome back to Westward of Scottsdale and the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction as our camera swings from the salon featuring the very finest cars to cross the auction block into the showcase area of this massive tent extending over a half mile. Just another reason Barrett-Jackson is fun in any weather because you stay dry. Here's a look at what the last three vehicles across the block did. And the block is currently occupied by lot 444, a 1974 Jeep Wrangler Custom Crawler.
Yeah, this is interesting because this isn't just another four-wheel drive. This is a rock crawler. There are people who go out and their singular goal is to find the most extreme terrain that they can and figure out how to go through. Sometimes it's a stream bed, sometimes it's in between rocks. And that's what this has been designed for. You see how it's massively lifted off the ground. It's got skid plates everywhere. This is not about comfort. This is about how can you get through two massive rocks. And boy, sometimes these things will be at a 60, 75 degree angle still hanging on.
I recognize the grill, the hood, and the windshield. Otherwise, I don't see much original Jeep here. Maybe the taillights. But an awful lot of work has been done to make this single-purpose vehicle fun for its owner and fun for the next one as well.
$16,500 takes it away. And we're going to go visit with Tyler Hoover.
Well, I'm with a really cool piece of history right here, a 1957 Chevy Cameo pickup truck, and this is the original luxury pickup truck. Back in the 50s, that wasn't even imagined. People thinking trucks were anything more than utility work vehicles. It makes no sense. But of course, to make it a fabulous 50s luxury pickup truck, they had to put fins on it. That's what this is right here. And it's actually made of fiberglass. They sourced this from the Young Corvette factory at the time, grafted it onto the bed to give us fins, sort of reminiscent of a 55 Bel Air. Now, they started making these in 55. They continued in 56 and 57 here. And you can see it even has Bel Air hubcaps. But let's head inside And you can see they also had a much more luxurious interior than you would have found in any truck in the 1950s. This one's missing its carpet, but it would have had carpet, more plush interior. Once again, looking a lot like a Bel Air. And this one very rare with the automatic transmission. They have it labeled right here, Hydra-matic. Now you go under the hood, and it came, all of them, with the V8 engine. So a nice engine on top of that, the option there, and a little extra bling. You put down the hood, and it even has dual hood ornaments. So what do you think? The birth of the luxury pickup truck.
Nice theory. And we'll see that truck later on. Right now, lot 445 is Chevy. Sold for $38,000 and makes its way out the door. And here comes another Mustang convertible, also from 1965.
Well, this one is beautifully restored, Bob. 289 high performance, 4-barrel V8. A lot of nice detailing on the engine compartment. This one with a 4-speed manual transmission. New interior. This burgundy metallic with the white GT stripes is an authentic 1965 color combination. Styled steel wheels, Goodyear tires, nicely detailed.
Yeah, you got to remember, even though the Plymouth Barracuda beat the Mustang to the market by just a couple of weeks, the reality was the Mustang pretty much sucked all the air out of the room the moment it arrived. And the reason being, it was the concept. You know, this short rear deck together with the long front deck. The Plymouth Barracuda didn't actually have that. And of course, they didn't have to worry about the Camaro for another couple years. They were kind of caught sleeping. So in the very first year that this was being produced in 1964, before they even got to 1965, they'd already sold 120,000 of these things.
Well, the original Barracuda was only available in a fastback with that big bake the folks in the backseat rear window. But the real downfall of that early Barracuda was the whole front end looked just like the compact grocery getter Plymouth Valiant. And big mistake, Plymouth. Mustang made it happen.
Yeah, they had the right idea, they just had the wrong execution. And once again, they also missed that concept of the pony car, the long hood, short rear deck. They didn't quite achieve that goal. And once again, they also did a great marketing campaign on the Mustang when it first came out. It was the right car, the right time.
And it brings $48,000 at the hammer. Congratulations, sir. So the Mustang rolls away, and up rolls a 1955 Chevy 210 Custom Gasser Coupe.
This runs as an A gasser. Don't see any roll bar or anything in there, but a lot of diamond stitched upholstery, a lot of candy apple paint with the ghost stripes all over, candy apple and metal flake paint. And this is called Shag Nasty, and it's ready to go down the strip a quarter mile at a time.
Yeah, and to your point, I mean, this is an interesting build because we've seen plenty of dragsters that are purpose-built, right? You only build them for one thing, and that's to go down the drag strip. In this case, you've got a lot of spectacular paint. You've got a really nice interior. You don't have the roll bar, some of the things you would expect to see on an actual drag racer. So it's in many ways, yeah, there's no question, this is a full-on drag racer, especially when you come to the front and you see what's been done with the front suspension, massively lifted up. Remember, what they're doing is they're jacking that weight back so that when you hit the accelerator, those rear tires are going to be able to grab hold.
Well, and you get rid of that original front suspension and you save a couple of 100 pounds right up there on the nose. And yes, you want all that weight to transfer to the back. This thing has a pair of huge dual quad carburetors. So it's not going to be fuel efficient in the least, but boy, is it going to be fun.
And one thing I can sort of appreciate in this, you know what they have? Disc brakes all the way around. You know, so often you would have seen the drum brakes stay, but disc brakes have been put both front and rear. Not massive ones, but at least something to slow you down when you get to the end of that drag strip.
Prager SS mags, very popular back in the day. That's what's on the rear of this, and some very lightweight looking narrow ones at the front. Again, all about weight transfer and acceleration. This one was born a V8. You can see from the emblem there, and away it goes.
$47,000 takes it. Jag Nasty. Cool paint job. Now listen up. If you'd like to test your collector car knowledge and maybe grab a great prize, you'll want to play Fantasy Bid, brought to you by Dodge. Go to promo.barrettjacksonfantasybid.com to register and play. You'll try to predict the winning bid of select auction vehicles that'll cross the block this Saturday, the 27th. The winner at the end of all of the 2024 Barrett-Jackson auctions will win the grand prize, a brand new 2024 Dodge Hornet. And if you're really on top of your game this week and can predict the exact final bid of all 12 Fantasy Bid vehicles, you could win $100,000. It's the perfect 12 jackpot, so make sure you register to play. Terms and conditions apply. You must be 18 or over. Visit promo.barrettjacksonfantasybid.com for the official rules. Now back to the block we go for lot 446, a 1966 Pontiac 2+2.
So in 66, I'm 16 years old. I'm at Paul Dodge Pontiac in Manchester, Connecticut. I'm looking under the hood of one of these and going, wow. It's a set of 3 deuces on top of the big 421 high output engine, 376 horsepower. Very rare in the Catalina 2+2. This is the high-performance full-size Pontiac, and it comes from the Boyd Collection out of Henderson, North Carolina, and they specialize in original and restored to original GM cars.
Yeah, this definitely looks like a survivor, comes off as a survivor. The 2+2, an interesting concept. And what I especially love, they also put on heavy-duty suspension, upgraded the suspension. You've got the extra horsepower up front. So this was truly a performance car. And one of the things I love is they've got the badging here. We don't see a lot of the 2+2s that have come to auction here at Barrett-Jackson.
An option on the Catalina, if you wanted anything more luxurious with this kind of power, you had to go to a Pontiac Grand Prix.
$50,000 takes that car. And that's that gentleman's second acquisition of the day. And our next car on the block will be one that April Rose previewed for us earlier. Lot 446.1, a 1987 Buick Grand National.
Well, this one also comes out of the Boyd Collection, 3.8 fuel-injected turbo car. And the best number on this car is on the odometer, 16,667 actual miles.
245 horsepower under the hood, and while that may not seem like a lot today, you got to remember that, this was 1987. We were just coming out of the doldrums of horsepower from the late 70s and the early 80s, and serious horsepower had not arrived. So to have 245, guess what? This thing was singing on the road.
These Grand Nationals, the GNXs and the rest of these Buick A-bodies, are likely the collectible American car of the malaise era in the late 1980s. You wanted power, you wanted to go fast. Buick took their V6 to Indy and raced it. And this is the one you got for the street.
Yeah, it's a little bit nose heavy in terms of performance, but all things considered, once again, we go back to the 80s. There wasn't a lot of performance. There wasn't a lot of speed. There wasn't a lot of cornering power. So this was a fun combination.
45,000 takes it. And I love the fact that the tape placed over the ashtrays at the factory during production is still there all these years later. That's a bit of a time capsule, I'd say. Now there's something a little bigger. Lot 447 is a 2014 Chevrolet Tahoe.
One moment, Bob. We're still on the Grand National. Apparently they had 2 bidders that each thought they had the high bid at 45. They're working through that right now, even though that car has already left the stage. And it hammers sold at $47,000. So we'll turn our attention to the final Boyd car in this group. It's a 2014 Chevy Tahoe LTZ, and it has 49 actual miles. I don't know the story, but I'm going to find out, Rick.
Yeah, it's interesting because, essentially we have a brand new 2014 Chevrolet Tahoe. Yeah, it doesn't quite have the new car smell. I just stuck my head in there, but it's close. Yeah, and it barely even looks like it's been dealer prep coming out the door. So, I mean, this is essentially brand new. When I look inside, I do see that all the plastic has been removed. I'm trying to check in the back, and it's got all the blackout windows.
Here's the story. It was purchased at Young Chevrolet in North Carolina by a couple who took it to their ski home in Utah, and that's where it stayed. And they would fly in to ski. They had the Tahoe there to use, put a few miles on it, and then shipped it back to Young Chevrolet and traded it in. You can't make this stuff up.
So when you say they put a few miles on it, they just put a very few miles on it. They were just driving from the bottom of their driveway up to the top of their driveway.
Still wears the original dealer sticker from back in 2014. Well, this is selling at a multiple of the original sticker price. How about that?
Once again, it's got the second row captain's chairs. It's got those 20-inch polished wheels. It's got the LTZ option package. Once again, less than 40 miles on the odometer.
49 grand takes it away with that interesting story. And next on the block will be a vehicle that Tyler Hoover previewed for us earlier. And that's lot 447.1, a 57 Chevrolet Cameo pickup.
And to Tyler's point, I mean, up until that point, trucks were just trucks, right? I mean, who needed a truck that looked good? I mean, there were a few people who thought that. And Chevy said, well, you know, let's try a little bit of an experiment. We're going to take, instead of the traditional step side, we'll put on fiberglass exterior fenders like this. These fenders, by the way, were built in the same place that the Corvette was being made because they were fiberglass. Now, the reality was it was a complicated and somewhat expensive process. So while it was a great way to gauge the interest of the looks, it wasn't a long-term solution. But guess what? Got everybody's attention, and soon everybody was building fleet side or flat side.
Well, also, most of these pickup trucks came with 3-on-the-tree manual transmissions. This one has the Hydromatic, the GM 3-speed automatic transmission, and that was an expensive upgrade on a pickup. Then again, this whole treatment, the Cameo treatment, was quite expensive as well. And today, well, we're bid at $62,000, way above what this would have gone for new.
Looking inside in the interior, boy, this thing has been beautifully restored. There are not too many flaws to see one way or the other on this thing.
It hammers away for $63,000, making it the number 5 sale of the day. We're going to step aside again, and oh my, look at this. Very popular these days, the VW bus. Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale as we approach the end of our first of 6 hours today here on FYI at the world's greatest collector car auction. There's a real outdoor vehicle getting its final fluff and buff from the Meguiar's Car Care crew before it goes under the hot lights on stage. Currently occupied by lot 449, well, just selling is this 1979 Ford Bronco Custom SUV.
And Bob, that was a beauty. All fully restored, gleaming base coat, clear coat paint, Vaquero cloth, blue and white interior. It was a stunner.
At $80,000, it's our number 3 sale of the day and the number 5 of the entire auction. Now here comes a 1960 Dodge Power Wagon pickup, lot 450.
What kind of pickup truck do you like? We've got them all. I mean, it doesn't really matter whether you want 40s, 50s, 60s, or if you just want to go straight to the hardcore Power Wagons. Remember, it was about maybe a decade ago, some of the Power Wagons, Mike, just came on like barnstorm.
The paint on this hurts my eyes. Obviously, nothing ever left the factory in this bright a shade of yellow. And the interior is a diamond-stitched red and black leather. 230 cubic inch inline 6 4-speed manual transmission, 2-speed transfer case. So this one is built to haul as well as it's built to show. Long bed pickup.
All right, I got to show you just a little bit of whimsy here on this side with these 2 fuel cans they've got. Because you always need a couple of fuel cans, but you'll notice that one of them says Scotch and the other says soda. We've got a serious tow hitch on the back. Boy, this is once again, you got to remember a Power Wagon, it wasn't just a pickup truck. It was a beast of a truck. It was designed to haul, to hold stuff. And that's exactly what this does. And there are those who just love the Power Wagon range.
And $40,000 takes it away to its new home. And there's a well-deserved smile. She looks a little, why did you say? Well, I guess doesn't matter. Lot 451, a very special 2021 Tesla Model Y, formerly owned by UFC bantamweight champion Sean Sugar O'Malley.
Well, note the front end on this one. Tesla, originally their cars had a grille in the front. It didn't do anything, it just looked there. And then they went to the look that was first done by the Chevy Corvair. It's like the engine's not in the front. There's no cooling system. In fact, in this case, there's no engine. There are motors to power your... I don't recall a Tesla coming across the block at Barrett-Jackson prior to this, at least not a Model Y.
We have seen Tesla-powered cars that have had conversions, but I think you're right. I don't think up until this point that we've seen an actual Tesla roll across the block. Now, if you're getting a little hungry as you're watching this go across the block, that's because this car has a wrap, and they call it creamsicle. You know, a little bit of orange, a little bit of cream-colored. Suddenly I have a feeling that I want an ice cream.
Well, they wanted this to be different than anything that had ever come before it, and I'd say they succeeded.
And a little bit of celebrity provenance, owned and driven by Sugar Sean O'Malley, the UFC bantamweight champion. $30,000 original miles on this thing. And the great thing about these wraps is you can pull them off as long as they haven't been on too long and baked in the sun too much. The paint underneath is usually well preserved.
$35,000 takes it to its new home. And I'm sure Sugar would approve. Now here's a look at another car coming up a little later in the broadcast. Lot 460 is a 1944 5-window custom coupe. And custom is the word. Wait till you see where they put the switches, the stereo, and more on this buggy.
Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auction. Welcome to the pre-staging lanes here outside, and I'm with an oddball of a Corvette right here. No, it's not a 1963. This one started life as a 2009 Corvette, but they did everything they could to make it look like a 1963, the birth of the second-generation Corvette. I think they even found the original cookie sheet trays to put on the hood. You can see pop-up headlights, which they did not have on the 6th generation Corvette, and that split, that bump down the middle that you saw in the Stingray. You get down low over here, you can also see knockoff style wheels that are oversized, but to look like that original Corvette, that C2 Corvette, and fuel injection because it is, well, fuel injected LS3 under the hood, but not a Fuelie with the C2. Now you go inside. Well, you have to go up to see inside since it's locked, but it is very, very stock in there. It looks just like a C6. But then one dramatic change on the back to let you know they are trying as hard as they can to make it look like a 1963 is the split window treatment right here with the rear hatch. So you have a split window C6 here. Very unusual, but very cool creation.
Yeah, I love that one, Tyler. And it'll be coming up in a bit. But right now, we're at $40,000 bid on lot 454, a 74 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am.
Now, this was a 455 cubic inch Trans Am with a 3-speed automatic. On the hood, it says SD 455 or Super Duty. During the restoration, the consignor upgraded this engine, but using aftermarket parts, Edelbach Performer, comp cams, and other parts. I think had he done this with factory parts, it would raise the bid currently at $50,000 for a high-performing Trans Am.
50,000 is where it stands, and that lady lets out a scream. Oh yeah, she'll be in the highlights. Have fun with it. Here's lot 455, a 1972 International Scout 2 custom SUV.
I love the fact that with the Broncos and the Blazers doing as well as they have, it makes all of the SUVs from the 60s come on a little stronger as well, especially the International Scout. And I really love what they've done this. They've pretty much gone all out. Not only the custom work in the front end, but look how they've taken the doors off and given what is called a bikini top in there. Nicely done inside. They've pretty much done this to about as high a level as you'll see very many International Scouts done to.
So Richmond Raceway, NASCAR race promoter Paul Sawyer tells his track announcer Ray Melton, he said, hey, we got a great deal on these trucks. Talk up the International Scouts, will you? So Ray gets on the PA and he says, yes, they're here from all lands across the globe. Give the International Scouts from Canada, Mexico, England, and France a big hand. He was supposed to be talking about these trucks because the Scout really beat the Bronco to market, was way ahead of the Blazer in a small SUV, though nobody called them SUVs then. The International Scout was one of your first choices.
And check out this little bit of whimsy right here, etched in, Undertaker. We don't have all the letters, but you can see exactly what they're going after. But they've done everything that you'll normally see being done to the Bronco. They got the big lift. They got the big 35-inch tires. Everything that you'll see done to the Broncos, to the Blazers of that era, pulling the top off, they've done to this Scout.
And Scout is coming back as a sub-brand of Volkswagen.
$45,000, the hammer price on that International Scout. It's a great story, Mike. And away it rolls. Now center stage is lot 456, a 1956 Chevy 3100 custom pickup.
Well, we had the cameo earlier, and as you look at the front end of this beautiful 56, notice how it looks very car-like. That grille, very evocative of the 55 Chevrolet. A lot of chrome trim, a lot of stainless. Yes, Detroit was easing into making pickup trucks look like more than just utility.
Yeah, especially look at these eyebrows that are going right over the headlights. Boy, that is exactly what you were seeing in the 55, 56, 57s. I love this color, Viper Red, and boy, it is so deep you feel like you could just dive right into it. They've left the drum brakes on the back, but big, huge hoop wheels. Once again, everything done to a very nice degree, and it really boils down to what generation truck do you like? 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s? We've got them all.
This one has been lowered, dropped on the frame. See how high the floor is here. The seat is fairly short, but still plenty of headroom. Headroom, 2 pedals, automatic transmission. Nicely done, solid.
And one of the things I like about this, the consignor is pointing out that this truck has been driven 680 miles since its restoration. So inevitably, when you first put a truck like this together, when you restore anything, there's some things that just aren't quite going to work as well as you'd like them. By the time you get to 680 miles, you probably figured that out and fixed it.
$44,000 sounds like a great deal on that beautiful 3100 custom pickup. Right now, let's rejoin April Rose.
Hey, Bob, I'm out here in the pre-staging lanes with this really cool 1972 Cheyenne Super 10 C10 custom pickup. Now, what's custom about it, you'll see this one-off billet grille, some blue jeweled headlights right there. Now, the Cheyenne package gives you all the wood trim down the side, and of course, our guy, Dave Kindig, you got these Kindig inset handles right here, which you need a door popper to get in there. Now, this baby's got a 383 stroker. Check that out with all the upgrades you could want. Upgraded suspension and coilovers, front and rear, Willwood power disc brakes. But you have to see inside. Go check that out. Now, the Super Cheyenne trim continues with the wood. And other than the custom leather seats, it pretty much looks stock, except for those cup holders right here. Now, the consignor pulled them from his boat. I think that's a perfect place to source cup holders. And of course, it has a surfboard mirror. And check out where that ashtray used to be. Right now, it says no smoking. I kind of like that. Bob?
I do too, April. Thank you. And well, on the block, $44,000 is the current bid on this 76 GMC Suburban Custom SUV called Gone Fishing.
Well, gone fishing for good reason. I mean, look what they've done. They put the canoe on the top, they've got the oars in the back, and then on the other side, they've got the fishing rods, they've got all kinds of gear. I love this build. It's really fun because what they haven't done is they didn't strip the body, repaint it. What they did was they put a massive 6-inch lift, big, huge tires. They've kind of played with the whimsy, kind of making it a, what if back in those days. So it's not a brand new, crazy build, but it's a fun build. And in fact, they haven't redone the paint at all. I love it.
How about $55,000? Real outdoor car. Time for another break. As we are now in our second hour. We'll be back with more from Barrett-Jackson after this. Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson, where the action is hot and heavy. So hot and heavy that even the auctioneer was moved by the spirit and broke that gavel. I think the bidder deserves a discount for that. All right, now he's going to really muscle up on it. I'm sure they have extra gavels around. And recently, 2 consecutive cars, a 64 Volkswagen 23-window minibus and a 2008 Bentley Continental GT convertible, both sold for $65,000, tying for 5th highest sale of the day thus far. Here we have a 2011 Porsche 911 Carrera 4S Cabriolet.
And this one with the full service records included with it, which certainly will help the bidding here. A lot of Porsche dealers ordered cars for stock in white, black, silver, and of course Guards red. This, of course, is black 7-speed PDK transmission, Sport Chrono Plus. You see the stopwatch up there on the dash. So a very nicely optioned car, Rick.
So, we've been around the Porsche 911 for so long, it's easy to forget what a small car it is. I mean, the wheelbase on this thing is only about 92 inches long. I think a Miata is only about 89. But if you look at things like Corvettes that are over 100, Ferraris over 100, this is a very compact, piece of equipment from front end to back.
45,000 miles on this one, and with all those service records, really nice interior color here that I'm not sure looks kind of darker than stock in the two-tone with the black. But very, very capable performance car, and these convertibles, when the wind blocker is up and the windows are up, very, very comfortable, even in 45, 50 degree weather. A lot of options, including clear taillights.
Yeah, and I love the fact it's got the Sports Chrono package with the stopwatch up on the dashboard.
And yet another $65,000 price tag. This one on that 2011 Porsche 911 Carrera 4S. Now the next car on the block is one we previewed a bit earlier. Lot 460 is a 1940 Ford 5-window custom coupe.
Cliff, hold on a second. Look at this hood. Look at the ghost flames on that hood. Cliff McLeod, he runs the block here. And look what lies underneath. It's a small block Chevy with dual quads and a whole lot of gleaming chrome. Just a beautiful 1940 5-window.
And I love the little touch right there. Bears 40. Don't know who Bear is, but once again, a 1940 pre-war design for Ford. This design, this nose in particular, would carry through into the post-war years, but at this point, it was the ultimate. You gotta remember, it was just, 8 years earlier that you were doing the Deuce Coupe.
This has a Heights Ford Mustang 2 suspension. Has a jump seat in the back behind those front buckets, a long sweep, and huge trunk. This car was a favorite of those in Wilkes County, North Carolina, and other places where transporting liquid, moonshine, of course, was really kind of the order of the day. I'm not sure if this trunk will open. I'm sorry it's locked, but it is cavernous. It'll hold a lot of cases of your favorite hooch.
Or back in the drive-in movie days, how many people can you stick in the back to sneak into the drive-in movie, which was done beautifully done inside. I mean, I love the faux wood treatment that they've done, a nice modern interior. This is a perfect blend of the old that you see on the dashboard with that new with the seat in the interior. And it has a back seat, but to be honest with you, it's not one you're actually going to sit in. But in a pinch, you could put the kids in.
I'm with you, Rick. At the drive-in, and you had one of these, you needed that back seat. But I'm not thinking of it for the same reason you are.
You know, drive-in movies are making a comeback. Drive-in theaters are in a lot of cities. And now, for reasons we just discussed, they charge by the carload. No point in counting all those kids hiding in the trunk.
The number on this, we're at $78,000. And that's where we land. Congratulations, sir. Now here's company chairman Craig Jackson to tell us about one of the cars we're going to see on Super Saturday.
We have a 1970 Ford Mustang Boss 429. Mike McCullough is here with me in the studio. Mike is our Mustang expert. Tell us a little bit about this.
Absolutely, Craig. The Boss 429 Mustang is one of my favorite cars of all time. This particular model is a 1970. It's powered by the original numbers matching 429 cubic inch semi-Hemi
Yes.
engine and 4-speed manual transmission. This car is finished in grabber blue. It has the black interior, and that's actually makes this car pretty rare. They only built 62 Boss 429s in 1970 in this color combination.
These really are special cars. Pick up a beautiful Mustang.
It's a beauty, and you'll be seeing it during our Super Saturday coverage on FYI and History Channel, so don't miss it. Right now we're at $22,000 on this radically restyled 2000 Corvette Avalate Z06 custom convertible.
Yeah, this one out of Texas, not the first one we've seen at Barrett-Jackson. Some 25 of these were built, and it was for the fellow who wanted Corvette performance and reliability, but wanted the styling to be something special.
Yeah, built on the C5 Corvette, and as you said, I mean, this was a great little car to start with. And then, once again, if you wanted something special, it's a full body kit. I mean, you can see they've pretty much changed everything from the bumpers, the backside. Of course, we've got the trunk, which disappeared for a long time on the Corvette.
And $27,000 takes it. Now let's go to Tyler Hoover.
I'm with lot 483, a 2023 Dodge Charger RT last call scat pack. And with the Blueprint engine cam, let's take a look under the hood. You can see this isn't a Hellcat because it doesn't have a supercharger on top. This is the scat pack, which means 485 horsepower, but still 0 to 60 just under 4 seconds, 3.8 seconds. But you can see this is one of the real last call Super B editions. So it is the wide body with all of the graphics, all the crazy look, and this is the last call, as they call it, with the official badges under the hood as well. The last of the Hemis, the last of the V8 Chargers, and what's coming is electric. We'll see. There have been a few hints at it on an EV Charger for the next generation, but if you want to buy a Hemi V8, this is it.
Nasty. Thank you, Tyler. We have another break coming up, but plenty more cars to come as you look down into the McGuire staging lanes. We'll have more of the Barrett-Jackson from Scottsdale in just a moment. Welcome back into the auction hall at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale, where this beautiful 1960 Buick Invicta Custom Coupe just hammered away at a fantastic price.
$70,000 for that Buick, and I doubt, given the quality of the paint and the bodywork, Bob, I doubt you can build it for that.
I believe that. Here's lot 463.1, a 1956 Chevrolet 210 Custom Coupe.
Well, I love the fact this is a 210. This was the mid-range for 1956. You started off with the 150, went up to the 210, and of course ultimately ended up at the Bel Air. But this means that this was probably a family car. Heck, it could have even been like a government car. But now in its afterlife, boy, look what's been done to it. You know, beautiful paint front to back, nice two-tone job, great new interior. And I tell you what, reading what the consignor says has been done to this car from front to back, top to bottom, this has been redone. Wiring, everything has been redone on this 1956.
Looks like it's been tubbed in the back, which means that the rear wheel wells have been widened substantially to handle those big wheels and tires. So kind of a pro street or drag racing vibe going on here.
Yeah, it looks really nice underneath as well. We just saw with that camera shot. And of course, you know, they changed the grille significantly in 1956. 1955, they'd gone with that Ferrari style that kind of stopped right about here. And there was a lot of debate as to whether that was the way to go. So in 1956, they stretched it out the full width of the front end, and it was a little more appealing to folks.
Well, I think it visually widened the car. And the look in Detroit, everybody was headed in the direction of longer, wider, lower. And that did the trick for Chevrolet for 1956. Now, note there's no badging here. There's no V to indicate the V8, no Chevrolet shield. All of that has been removed. And there's no gas filler door because the gasoline filler hides in plain sight right here behind the left tail light. Something Chevy did in 1956 and 1957, though not in 55.
And it hammers away for $53,000 to that couple right there. Down on the off-ramp, the Summit Racing sold sticker goes on. And away goes the Chevy to its new home. Next up, lot 464 is a 2014 Ford Shelby GT500 Super Snake.
A Super Snake and a Carroll Shelby Signature Edition. Just gleaming candy apple red paint with the flat black stripes. A 5.8-liter supercharged V8, 6-speed manual, Recaro seats, track pack, Shaker Pro system, long tube headers, and much, much more. 8.8 differential. This thing's built for heavy-duty track use.
You know, one of the great things that Mustang has done over the years is they've managed to appeal both to the entry-level folks as well as those who want performance. And for what it's worth, the people who want performance are willing to pay more for a car that doesn't look substantially different than the entry-level.
I was with Ford CEO Jim Farley last week in Charlotte when he told a group of Ford racers from all around the world had gathered there for their preseason event, along with Bill Ford and Edsel Ford. And Farley said, other car companies have come and gone in the performance arena, but we're going to keep building affordable V8-powered high-performance sports cars as long as they'll let us.
Close it in. We just made it $100,000, the current bid. Well, this coming weekend, we'll see the Mustang GT3 racing at Daytona, the next generation of Ford racers.
Bob, just goes to show the Carroll Shelby name still has a lot of magic to it.
That it does, Mike. And you heard the way the crowd reacted to that $100,000 announcement. Here we are at 110, and that ties the high sale of the auction thus far. And now a new number one.
Cool thing that gets added with the Carroll Shelby edition are these gauges on the A-pillar right there.
$115,000. Thank you, Carroll. Now be sure to go to Barrett-Jackson.com for all of your questions regarding the Barrett-Jackson auctions. It's all right there, including news of this weekend, the records being broken, the cars that have already sold and for how much, and the vehicles yet to come. Makes fascinating reading, I have to say. Barrett-Jackson.com. Okay, now what kind of momentum do we have? Here's lot 464.1, a 2014 Chevy Camaro Z28 Custom Coupe.
Well, custom means that they have done some additions here. Note the carbon fiber there, the scoop, that big splitter on the front end for aerodynamics. And I'm told this car has very few miles, 8,500 actual miles on this one. This has a dealer option GM Performance Lingenfelter 7-liter engine, 6-speed manual transmission.
Yeah, this is mean looking. I mean, you know, black all the way around, this big black spoiler on the back, the darkened windows. Inside, it's got that comfortable black interior. Actually, very stock inside as a Z28. They haven't gone over and done a whole heck of a lot beyond that. But as you point out, it has, you know, custom touches that they ordered brand new when they ordered this. And the 8,500 miles currently matches, well, we were at $85,000 for a moment.
Down comes the hammer at $90,000. We're in the tall cotton now, as promised. That's the number 2 sale of the day in a tie, and the number 4 of the auction. Another break ahead, but we're only just scratching the surface of the dream rides that will find new homes at the all no reserve 2024 Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction. Back at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale moments ago, this beautiful 2016 Chevy Corvette Z06 Custom Coupe rolled in and stole the hearts of the bidders. It sold for $100,000. That's our number 2 sale of the day and tied for number 3 of the auction. Beautiful car, big number. And now rolling in is that 2009 Chevy Corvette Custom Coupe that Tyler introduced us to earlier. It's lot number 468. Let's see where it goes.
Well, these builds are interesting because you are constrained by the height of the cowl and the width of the windshield of the donor car in trying to apply 63 Stingray styling to a much later Corvette. Carl Chevrolet in Ankeny, Iowa does these customizations, and boy, it sure has all the right styling cues of a 63 and all the modern conveniences of a 2009.
Boy, I tell you what, they've done it like a 63 split window in the back, and when you just kind of glance at the 63 back end, your first thought is, well, that's real. It's just a little bit wider than you would expect it. You got to think that those original designers would have thought, boy, if only we could have made it that wide. Another cool touch here is the fact that they actually have the headlights that pop up right here. So hang on, see if we can get them to pop up the headlights. Hang on for a second. They look perfect. I mean, so many details that they've done to make sure that this looks so close to a 1963 Corvette split window.
Closing in on 6 figures here, they even have the turbine wheels that were an option on many years of the 63 to 67 mid-year Corvettes or Stingrays. I think one more bid, we're going to get to 6 figures. Are we going to get there? Yes!
Well, and I can see why. You look at the custom work that went into this. Boy, it's beautifully done. We've popped the hood here. Let's see if we can actually get it up and see what it looks inside. Yep. Once again, it is a 2009 Corvette underneath that LS3 engine. Probably pumping out 330 horsepower. I love the fact that they put these in the hood. This is so well done in terms of a custom. It's really, really nice.
I don't even think the automatic transmission holds it back because you got to steer with one hand and wave with the other, right?
Once again, somebody's going to see this go by and just be confused. It's not going to quite fit in their mind. We're at $120,000.
Shane Ratliff, the auctioneer, working 2 bidders standing almost 150 feet apart, and the hammer falls.
Either way, it's the new number 1 of the day and the auction at $117,000. The auctioneer drives the bus, and what he or she says goes. Now away goes that wild custom Corvette, and in behind it comes lot 468.1, a 72 Chevy Cheyenne Super 10 C10 custom pickup.
I particularly like the grill treatment here. It maintains a strong center bar, no Chevy bow tie, but with much smaller bars top and bottom. Don't confuse this with your 1-800 Street Rod billet grill. This is something that is truly custom and nicely done.
Let's check out a chassis cam, see what it looks like underneath, because it looks pretty nice up on top. As it rolls across, we can see that 383 cubic inch stroker V8, nicely done. You can see the cross pipes right there going all the way back to our differential in the back. Boy, it is just as clean underneath as it is in top. 4-link suspension on the back end. Nice pickup down below as it is up on top.
So where's the bow tie that belongs in the grills? Well, look right here. It is ghosted with flames on the side of the hood in blue. Very sharp.
Tell you, no shortage of C10 pickup customs these days. And the reason being is there are so many parts available. Well, you can get all new sheet metal. If you've got something that's rusted, well, you can easily buy all the parts. And one of the little things I love up here is the Von Dutch pinstriping on the back end.
It sells for $68,000. I believe that was a vehicle that April Rose previewed for us earlier, and here's April with something else for us.
Hey, Bob, I'm out here with this 1980 Firebird Trans Am Indy Pace Car Edition. Now, not too long ago, I got in so much trouble on social media because the younger generation was making fun of me for calling this a screaming chicken. But guess what? That's actually one of its main nicknames. Now, you can call it the Phoenix, you can call it the Fire Chicken, but I like to be old school and call it the screaming chicken. Now, you have to come around and check this out because there is actually a gauge, or rather lights right there. It's a lot easier to see on this white car, but it is the real deal. It shows you how much boost the turbo is making, which equaled more horsepower from its 4.9 V8. It's also got very cool mirrored T-tops and shows really well with low miles, just over 10,000. And we all know the Trans Am market is hot, and personally, I think the turbo Trans Am is really sweet with its gauges right here. See, they're actually right here. Come on, I can show you right here. Yep. It's actually real. It's real. Normal, medium, high, turbo, charge. This is actually a gauge. I promise you, all you kids on social media, I wouldn't lie to you, Bob.
All right, thanks, April. Meanwhile, on the block, about to be hammered away is a 1969 Dodge Coronet RT.
Well, the Coronet was the Dodge B-body or midsize car. It was also the basis for the Dodge Charger. The Coronet was less expensive than the Charger, though it shared the same body shell. And this would have been the top of the line RT, which stood for road/track. Take it either place.
Yeah, this particular one, the consignor's pointing out it's titled not as a 1969 Dodge Coronet RT, but a 1969 Dodge Special Construction being sold on a bonded title. And the reason being, obviously, at some point there have been some changes to this car. So the VIN has been pulled off the dash, and now it's a special construction.
45,000 takes it. And away it goes. Rolling up behind, lot 469.1, a 1969 Ford Mustang Custom Fastback.
So Ford called this body style the sports roof. I don't know why they didn't use the word fastback, but they didn't. They called it a sports roof. We would call it a fastback. This one with spoilers and slats over the rear window. The 428 Cobra Jet engine added on this Resto Mod, named after the Mach 1, so they call it Resto Mach.
And I'll tell you what, this Resto Mach looks great. I mean, under the hood, that 428-inch cubic inch Cobra Jet engine looks great. They've attached it to a 5-speed Tremec transmission. I love the fact they've kept the ram air on top. This has everything you want in a 1969 Mustang Mach 1. And of course, one of the things I like about the 69 versus the 70 is they've got this hood scoop, or the side scoop right there. Just a little styling touch. If you bought the Boss, you didn't get that. But with the Mach 1, that thing was still in place.
Yeah, that scoop was intended as a rear brake cooling scoop, although it was never functional.
You know, yesterday we actually saw a Camaro cross the block with something we hadn't seen. I can't remember the last time I saw it, with slats in the rear window for a Camaro. Now, with Ford, we've seen plenty of these. It's very common to put them on. And it was not uncommon in other cars, but once again, Fords, this Mach 1, we see it all the time. Camaros, not so much.
Because Ford offered it as a factory option. Spoilers and slats and the shaker hood, the three S's. On the Camaro, it was strictly aftermarket.
Well, a good number, $70,000 for that Mustang Custom Fastback. And coming up pretty soon will be lot 476, a 1954 Kaiser Darren Roadster. An amazing car with a very interesting backstory, and of course, those tricky front doors. Wait for it. Welcome back. Sky is beginning to darken here in the Valley of the Sun, Scottsdale, Arizona, home of the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auctions. We wrap up our second hour on the air. Thank you for joining us. Now on the block, wrapping up the bidding on lot 471, a 2005 Jeep Wrangler Unlimited Rubicon Custom SUV.
Well, when we talk about unlimited and custom, they have gone the distance on this thing. It's got an LS3 crate engine up front with a 6-speed transmission. And I tell you what, massive wheels and tires that have been extended out. The axles have actually been stretched. So these things are just hugely off to the side of where the original tires would have been on this.
I can think of several states where that is not legal to drive on the road with the wheels and tires totally exposed, as they would be, say, on a NASCAR modified.
Well, the vehicle sells for $39,000. And up next is a car that April previewed earlier for us. It's lot 473. It's a 1973 Ford Bronco Custom SUV.
There are more first-generation Broncos in this year's Scottsdale Barrett-Jackson than I have ever seen anywhere. Now this one has a 347 stroker V8 with aluminum cylinder heads, 5-speed manual, 4-wheel drive, beautiful cobalt blue paint. But the Bronco is now another vehicle that can be built completely from a parts catalog. You can get an aftermarket frame, aftermarket body. And there are companies here that have Broncos for sale in this auction this week, where if you wanted to order one, first off, you'd wait 2 years, and second off, you'd pay upwards of a couple $100,000 to buy one. But at Barrett-Jackson, it's all about instant gratification. Raise your hand, they'll recognize your bid, and you will be the new owner.
Yeah, the biggest problem right now is finding a donor car, because so many people have done exactly what you said, customize them, that finding a donor car is hard. Now, when we go to the back end of this car, you can see that what they've done is they have left and not cut away the fenders over the rear wheels. Now, having said that, we talk about the fact there's so many aftermarket body panels available. It's possible it was, and these have been reapplied. But usually we'll see these get cut out with the big wheels underneath.
This is a real one, and here is the proof. This is the Deluxe Marti report. Kevin Marti's company has access to all the Ford production records and shows how this car was built, what the trim tag says, when it left the assembly line. This is the real deal.
And $53,000 sends it to its new owner. The way it rolls. Now here comes a 1957 Chevy Custom Cameo pickup.
Well, just a few minutes ago, we saw a stock Cameo roll across the block, and realizing it's relatively rare to see any Cameos, this is a custom Cameo, and more than a few people have taken these and, boy, taken them to the next level. And you take a look at this, and they've done a great job in terms of everything. Look underneath that hood. Big 454 cubic inch engine. They've shaved the firewall. They've gone the distance on this thing with that hood that pops forward.
And the Cameo fiberglass add-on to what would otherwise be a rectangular bed. All of this trim, this is not original. This has been reimagined and looks spectacular. The rear bumper on this looks an awful lot like the Chevy Nomad, which began as a show car and then for 1955, 6, and 7 became a two-door hardtop station wagon. So Nomad styling cues added to the Cameo here.
Up front, the suspension has been changed significantly. It actually has the front suspension from a 1981 Camaro. It's got front disc brakes. So, boy, they've done a massive amount of work, both up on top and down below. And the body work is spectacular on this thing. You don't see a single flaw as it rolls by.
$95,000 bid, and I doubt you could build it for that today.
And the hammer falls at $95,000. Congratulations to the new owner, the most popular guy on his row, you can be sure. And that puts a bow on our first 2 hours of live coverage here on FYI. But we're just getting cranked up on this Wednesday in Scottsdale. So stick around. We still have 4 more hours to go. We'll see you in a moment. Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auctions. We are excited to bring you this incredible event, and things are heating up inside the auction hall. The vehicle quality and prices are rising, so buckle up, sit back, and enjoy the ride. Here's some Hagerty Fast Facts as this Kaiser Darren crosses the stage. Apologies. Notice those front doors. Here we go. The Fast Facts. Only 435 production Darrens were built. The body was made of fiberglass, which is hard for young people to understand, I'm sure. The original price, very affordable.
Well, this was the car that Henry Kaiser did not want to build. Dutch Darren, who was his designer, basically built it in secret. Came up with this body, put it on a Kaiser chassis. He originally showed it to Henry Kaiser, and Kaiser hated it. But it just so happened that Kaiser's wife was with him, took him aside and said, "I love the way this thing looks." So I went, all right, we'll build it. Unfortunately, it just wasn't the right time for the company. It wasn't enough to save them. Ultimately, as Bob said, they only built 435 of them.
And the signature styling feature are the sliding doors. They retract into the front fenders, and that is a feature I'm really surprised no one ever copied.
I think it provides a little front end rigidity on top of everything else. It's just a really cool car, and it goes for $79,000. And every vehicle in this massive record-breaking Barrett-Jackson docket will go, because this is an all no reserve auction. Now here comes lot 477, a 1977 GMC Jimmy custom SUV.
5.3 liter LS engine, 4L80E transmission, a Skyjactor 6-inch lift, and it is covered in plaid on the inside, matching the red and white theme on the outside.
You know, just as with the Camaro, Chevrolet was a little late to the party with the Blazer coming in after the Bronco. But the way they did it was, let's say, a little bit better. Instead of building that short wheelbase like the Bronco, a very dedicated vehicle, they simply took the truck chassis and put it on. Something that Ford would ultimately follow behind. By the way, look inside here. Look how nicely it's been done. As you know, Mike just said, it's got a 6-inch lift, and you want to see what the rear suspension looks like? It's not fancy, but it's all there. Three-quarter-ton axles, those big 35-inch B of Goodrich all-terrain tires, and I love that color. It's House of Color Red Hot Chili Pepper. It's got power windows. It's even got disc brakes up front, so they've actually gone the distance in trying to make everything just a little bit better on this. Transfer case has been upgraded. Everything's stronger on this than the way it started. Not a, we've seen front suspension, rear suspension to a, more incredible degree, shall we say, but this one's nicely done.
It's fun to watch the hand signals of the bidder assistant to the auctioneer. $62,000 takes it to its new home. Now let's join Tyler Hoover.
Well, in a sea of beautiful muscle cars and customs, something like this really sticks out. It is a 1934 Pontiac Coupe, and as you can see, pre-war car, so we literally have a trunk on the back. Forget a trunk, this is a real trunk, because back here is the rumble seat, and you can see the quality of this car in the awards it has down here sitting on the rumble seat, along with the beautiful two-tone red and maroon paint. And then when you go inside, once again, a very beautiful high-level restoration. But one thing Pontiac did to save a little bit of money is this painted on applied wood here on the door and the dashboard. That's just directly onto the metal, but it doesn't knock it that much. Look at that beautiful bench seat as well. Now what makes this one special is it is the Pontiac 8. So you can see it has a longer hood because they're putting a straight 8 engine underneath. Plenty of Pontiac 8 symbols throughout, and the spare tire on the hubcap. And then look at that beautiful grille in the front. Just a Concours restoration of a pre-war car ready to show on the golf course, say at the Pebble Beach or so. Just beautiful.
Well, that it is. Right now, rolling off the block, there's a 2021 Ford Bronco Custom SUV.
Gigantic fiberglass fender flares on this one, 37-inch BFG tires on 17-inch rims. A lot of customization here, and inexplicably we're closing in on the list price of just the truck, never mind all the custom treatment.
So what came first, the craze over the original Bronco, or did the new Bronco create the craze? I have to think that people began to wake up and realize that the old Broncos were cool, and Ford went, hey, wait a minute, how can we capitalize on that? I think that's exactly what happened with this. And boy, you can see, once again, just like with those original Broncos, you can customize them to any degree, and there's an audience.
$70,000 is the hammer price. We've got another break coming up, so we'll step aside. Plenty more dream rides are lined up to take their place on the stage and find new homes. Back at Westworld of Scottsdale at the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auctions, here's a car that Tyler Hoover previewed for us a little bit earlier. Lot 483, the 2023 Dodge Charger RT 392 Scat Pack Last Call Super B Edition.
That's a big name, isn't it, Bob? What they're doing with Chrysler products in this particular concept is to say, okay, this is the end of the line for the Challenger, the Charger. Let's call them the last call editions. They've got 7 different last calls that are available, and this is one of them, the Super B. And you see the wide body, the big flares that they put on this. I also love the fact that they brought back Plum Crazy. And this is one of 500 built with the Plum Crazy paint scheme.
The big Super B on the hood, whereas back in the 70s it was on the rear quarter panel behind the rear wheels and tires. Chrysler's not giving up on internal combustion engines or high performance, but the replacement for the Hemi is going to be an inline 6. That'll be their new performance engine.
By the way, one other cool thing about this car, just 21 miles on the odometer. So, and yeah, granted, it is a brand new vehicle, 2023, but only 21 miles. Basically, it was got delivery miles and not much else.
Are there so many last call editions that maybe the value of these is diluted somewhat? We're at $60,000 now, $63,000.
Yeah, over the course of the next few days, we're going to see more than a few of the last calls. I think because a lot of people buy them thinking that they are going to be special. So the question is, like you say, have you diluted the market just a little bit? And maybe in the long run, we'll say, oh, that is a cool car. But, we see so many of them in one place.
The bidding stops at $65,000 when the hammer falls. That would be a fun drive, no doubt about it. And speaking of which, here's something entirely different. Lot 484 is a 1974 MGB GT Custom Coupe, or Coupe in this case.
Now, I love MGBs. I have a Roadster. And they did a version called the MGR V8 with the Buick Olds Pontiac Rover aluminum V8, same as in the TR8. It was not this big Roush motor that's in here. This has a fast car suspension. That was Dave Headley, an ex-GM engineer who went racing MGBs. The original fenders stopped about here. So this has had about a 3-inch pull each side. These fenders are fiberglass front and rear. But wow, maybe the wildest street MGB I have ever seen.
Yeah, you know, the original MGBs were built between 1965 and about 1980. Over time, they got those big, huge, ugly bumpers. But like you say, this is a wild build, that Coyote engine underneath the hood. And it's been done just about everywhere to a really nice degree. And look at the suspension you can see in the back. And come look inside. Look at the aluminum, transmission tunnel coming back there, the brand new instruments. Everything has been done beautifully on this.
Now, the shape of the MG dash is retained. That's what they look like. Not in 1974, which had the rubber dash, but up to 1967. And the MGB GT was the first practical hatchback. They took the MGB Tourer. Pininfarina did the conversion to give it a steel body, and the first practical hatchback that we saw sell in a mass-produced car in the United States.
Well, what's interesting here is this scoop that is on the roof. Watch, you see this thing right here? It's got a little air cleaner. The air is coming back, and if you look inside the car, you can see a couple of tubes that are coming down and feeding, looks like, into the rear brakes, so it's going to cool the rear brakes. Boy, every detail has been looked after. You have to think, somewhere there's an MGB designer who goes, yeah, that's what I thought.
Not cast aluminum wheels, but forged wheels. Somebody spent the money on this one, Bob, and they did it right.
Boy, I guess. $75,000 it brings. A lot of money for a little car. Wow. Okay, let's move on to lot 486, a 67 Chevelle Malibu SS Custom Coupe.
The desirable two-door hardtop body style. And here is the big call out right there, SS 427. Now, this was given a build. It was not originally a 457. In fact, now it has a 454 with an Edelbrock intake, quick fuel carburetor, and Hooker headers, MagnaFlow exhaust, Tremec 6-speed, 12-bolt rear end. So a lot of great aftermarket parts going into this build to make it a total performer.
Yeah, they've added disc brakes up front. Nicely done. Once again, when you paint a car in black, you have to be pretty brave to do it. And the reason being, black shows every fault, every flaw. I have a good friend of mine who only builds his cars in black because his point is, I want everybody to know that when my cars come off the line, they're the best. So as you look down the sides of these things, if you see any flaw, well, the black would show it off. And on this particular car, no flaws. The sheet metal is all perfect on this.
$55,000 takes it to that gentleman, wherever he wants it to go. Another break coming up, but don't go away. We'll be back with more Barrett-Jackson. A little taste of all there is to see at every Barrett-Jackson auction. Right now, we're watching number 489, a 1969 Chevy K5 Blazer Custom SUV.
Boy, beautifully done. Small block Chevy, Cheyenne interior, modern base coat, clear coat paint, and just a gorgeous greenish silver. That seems to have a little bit of flip-flop to it from different angles. It looks like different colors, but a fresh, complete restoration. Beautiful.
1969, the beginning of the run for the Blazer, and it wasn't a huge seller that first year, but it was enough to make them say, let's keep going. And boy, it did a great job as it went on.
And the bid went all the way to $76,000. Not enough to make our top 10 sales of the day, but this is Wednesday at Barrett-Jackson. Here's another Chevy product. Lot 491 is a 59 Corvette convertible.
Second year for this styling cycle on what's now known as the C1 Corvette. The quad headlights debuted the year before, but they took away the washboard on the hood and the tusks on the trunk, make things a little cleaner. This would be the upgraded horsepower version with those cast aluminum valve covers. Now, if you're buying those for your small block Chevy, look at where the bolts are and notice that they're not opposite each other in the same plane. That would happen later. The early engines looked like this. As you got into the 60s and later, those bolts were lined up symmetrically. So if you're buying valve covers, make sure you get the right ones. Don't ask me how I know that, right?
Easy mistake. We're missing Steve Magnante. Of course, he'd normally be up here on the block with us. He's had some health issues. He's recovering, but as he recovers, he would normally be up here talking about the art of the exhaust. And in this case, it's the way the exhaust comes out of the bumper. Now, it's complicated to do that. Part of the reason is as the exhaust gases come out, they tend to discolor the chrome around it. So it's something you have to constantly be making sure that you're cleaning up. But when car manufacturers did it back in the 50s, back in the 60s, it was a cool way to style up a car.
$83,000. That bidder looks pleased, and why not? The Summit Racing sold sticker goes on, and away the car goes for $83,000. Now here's a car that Tyler Hoover previewed for us. 2006 Lamborghini Gallardo Spider.
Always thought these looked better with the top off than with it on. And I don't believe there's ever been a production car with as much layback to the windshield as what we see here. So much so that it's supported by a strut here and more glass, more glass there. So this has the Lamborghini E-Gear, their version of what Ferrari has, the F1 paddle shift transmission. This is what Lamborghini had, and in their early days a lot of these were subject to abuse because people just didn't know how to drive them and get them fully engaged before they took off. New clutch on this one.
Well, we just hit $100,000 for this particular Huracan. You know, as Tyler Hoover was mentioning, you know, the advantage of this particular car, this Gallardo, when it was built, was it was really getting the advantage of being paired up with Volkswagen. Up until that point, well, they were kind of hand-built one by one. This was a production vehicle, and it sold well.
Well, there's another sold sticker with a big number, $100,000. That beautiful Lambo. Now, here comes lot 493, a 93 Toyota Land Cruiser FJ45 Bandeirante custom pickup.
Well, most of these we see are SUV body style, but yes, they did also make them in a pickup, and even as 4 or 5 seaters with a second row of seating along with the very utilitarian pickup bed. So this one with a lift and a winch and just a whole lot of customization added.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like it's an old build. I mean, it looks about as fresh as you can ask for. Looking at the front suspension, everything's been done nicely. You know, it's got the multi-part wheels that have been put together. This has got a big winch up front. This is not lacking in everything. Fresh paint job. The interior's been redone. When they call this custom, absolutely custom. And look at the big, huge lift we've got back here. It looks about a 5 or 6 inch lift right there.
It is said that power comes from its factory Mercedes-Benz supply. A 4-liter inline 4-cylinder diesel engine. I don't recall that these were ever officially imported into the United States, not, at least not in this body style.
Yeah, I think when they call it a Bondurante, it's because it's a South American Jeep that was brought, or pardon me, South American Toyota that was brought into the United States. Five-speed manual transmission. It's got power steering, disc brakes. They've even added air conditioning.
Well, good to see some female bidders out there working on their dream ride, but that one didn't go. $48,000 to a different bidder here at Barrett-Jackson. Okay, now what? How about a 2021 Ford Shelby Super Snake?
Boy, the Mustang variants just keep coming. And this one, outfitted for road race duty. Look at that big front splinter for added downforce. Some flat black stripes. This one described as one of the 98 Super Snakes built to commemorate Carroll Shelby's 98th birthday. They marketed these as the Bundle of Snakes car. This is number 66 of 98. The paint code is described as antimatter blue.
Love the name of that, antimatter blue. You know, it's got an added Whipple supercharger. This will do 0 to 60 in like 3.5 seconds. Boy, it's the body work that's been added. It's got these big Shelby vented disc brakes, cross-drilled disc brakes. And then up front, when you come inside, take a look at the carbon fiber cover. You can see at the very top on the dashboard with the Shelby name on it with gauges on the inside. When you first get into the car, yeah, it's got that Ford Mustang look that you're familiar with, and then you start seeing all these extra things that have been added.
Later this week, to benefit Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation, Ford will auction off VIN number 1 of the brand new Dark Horse Mustang. And unlike past charity auctions where you get to pick the car, go to the line, and see it roll off, no, the car that's going to be on the stage is the prize. That is VIN number 1. Buy it, take it home, all for a good cause.
And the thing about the Dark Horse, it's got added horsepower over the normal GT. Normal has about 480, that has about 500. This one right here, more than 800 horsepower.
$90,000 sends it to its new home. Now, fairly often here at Barrett-Jackson, we'll have an auction lot that's just too big to get in the building. Heck, once we had a Ford tri-motor airplane, and it's the case this year. Lot 496 is a 1996 Prevost H341 custom motor coach.
So, Bob, these things are about 45 feet long. They weigh over 40,000 pounds. You see the stacked quad windshields. The driver actually sits very low in this, and you step up into the coach. And some of these are set up as, you know, business style coaches, and some have bunk beds for touring stars, some with offices in the back. And right at that level sits the driver, and yet you have all of this panorama in front of you going down the road. Prevost builds the chassis and the bodies. And there are a whole slew of companies that do the conversions. And if you go in the coach lot at an IndyCar or NASCAR race, you'll find these at about $2 million or more new.
Do I need a special license to drive one?
You know what? No. Your grandma could drive it, because the RV industry has powerful lobbyists. No special license needed to drive a coach like this. I had a Newell, not a Prevost, very, very similar, different manufacturer, and I had one guiding principle: line up the left side and listen for the right.
Darn, that was going to be my reason not to bid on it.
Well, you're stuck. Now you have to bid on it. You know, the interesting story about Prevost is it goes back to 1924. He was actually a cabinet maker. You know, and he would build the usual cabinets. He got asked by somebody to do the body for a truck, an REO. You know, Ransom E. Olds car back in those days. He built it, and everybody liked it so much, he did another one, and then another one. And he went from being a cabinet maker to being a coach maker.
Well, let's see. What is this, a 1996? This probably would have been just about 7 figures new. I'm sure it's been very well enjoyed. And the systems that they put in this are designed for either full-timers, or for use at events or touring around the country.
There's that number again. The Century, $100,000 to that Kansas City Chiefs fan. He probably wants it for that big screen TV so he can watch the playoff games this weekend. And he can do it right in the parking lot here at Barrett-Jackson. How cool is that? Moving on, lot 497, a 1967 Pontiac Grand Prix Hearst convertible.
Well, we had that Pontiac 2+2 up earlier from the Boyd collection, the 66. This is the 67 with the rectangular headlamps, hidden headlamps there. These are the turn signals and parking lamps. And this one has been imagined as a parade car for Linda Vaughn. Miss Hearst Golden Shifter with the Hearst Gold on the sides, GTO quad-jet intake manifold, Hearst Kelsey Hayes wheels with the gold centers, a Hearst dual gate, his and hers shifter. Now this would be problematic right now, but you see that shifter? The left gate is hers, and you move over into the right gate where you shift it manually, and supposedly that is his. And yes, there's a place where you can lock out the right gate. So this car was delivered to Royal Pontiac. They made all the factory specials for the magazines to test in mid-October of 1966. Fire Frost Gold metal flake, Goodyear Blue Streak style tires, and Linda Vaughn has made it known that this was her car. So, great piece of history here, and hi Linda, hope you're watching. Miss Hearst Golden Shifter, a friend to everybody who's been in motorsports.
Yeah, I can just picture Miss Hearst Golden Shifter sitting on the back of this with the top down, because she would have been going down a drag strip at Beeline or, one of those tracks around the country where she would be showing off. Now, we're used to the Hearst Olds combinations because they would team up over the years and build a number of specials. But this is not a Hearst Olds car. This is just, like you say, a tribute to, well, it started with the original car, but redone in that style.
8-track tape player, very highly optioned car. And, what a stunner in the two-tone. I'd bet this would get you a parking pass at any racetrack in America.
You got that right. $87,000, and it belongs to that man. Now here's another car that'll be coming up a little later in the evening. It's lot 506. It's a 1966 Ford Bronco. Complete refurbishment with replacement body panels and a repaint. Lots to see. Back at Barrett-Jackson, where moments ago, this beautiful 1970 Camaro RS SS Custom Coupe, 502 cubic inch V8, aluminum heads, all sorts of Trick Go Fast parts, citrus green, fabulous car, and it brought fabulous money. Another $110,000 sale here on Wednesday at Barrett-Jackson. What are we going to see this weekend? Who knows? But don't miss it. Here's a car that April Rose previewed for us earlier, a 1980 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am Turbo Special Edition Pace Car.
Yeah, very limited car. Only 5,700 of these were built. This make, year, and model is the only car to ever pace the Daytona 500 and the Indianapolis 500 in the same year.
Yeah, the body style, I should say, came out just a few years earlier, and it was one of those things that once they figured out the folks liked the rectangular headlights up front, they went with it. From 1977 on, it's a great look. And of course, 1980, the year that Johnny Rutherford won the Indy 500, driving for Jim Hall.
$36,000 makes that a pretty good buy, I'd say. Congratulations to the new owner. Here's lot 501, a 1954 Studebaker Commander custom wagon.
Well, this could well be the very first entry in the never have I ever category, because I have never seen one of these come to auction. Look at how aerodynamic the sweep of this grille up and over the hood. Look how narrow this body is, especially in comparison to the cars it sold against in 1954. And very low, much lower to the ground than its contemporaries. I can't imagine why this car was not a big seller.
Well, the problem was Studebaker was in the throes of all kinds of problems. They were coming towards the end of their life, remembering that, in the beginning, they were a, covered wagon company. They built carriages, all that kind of stuff. Then it transitioned into the automotive world.
$67,000 takes it, and you'd be forgiven if you thought that bidder assistant was actually Taylor Swift working a side hustle. Now let's go to Tyler.
Lot 514, a 2004 Rolls-Royce Phantom, and with the Blueprint engine cam, let's take a look under the hood. Behind the Spirit of Ecstasy, you have a 6.75-liter V12, which is a throwback to the old Rolls-Royces, where they were 6.75-liter V8s. But in 2000, Rolls-Royce was sold to BMW, and beneath all of this Rolls-Royce-ness is basically a BMW V12 engine that they dressed up. Now the rest of the car, you can see, is very, very much Rolls-Royce. Absolutely massive. And when you go inside, the black exterior matches that piano black interior and black leather. New MSRP on these was around $400,000. About the most luxurious vehicle you could buy in 2004. Tons of little touches, but my favorite here on the Rolls-Royce symbol here, always facing up. There's a little gyro inside of the wheel cap that makes sure Rolls-Royce is never sitting upside down. Total opulence.
Amazing stuff. You'll see more of that on Hoovie's Garage with Tyler. I had a close look at this number over the weekend. It's just massive, massive vehicle. Probably 3 tons or thereabouts. Looking good. Whoops, the hammer comes down on another big vehicle. A custom armored truck from International, 2002 version. And here comes lot 503, a 73 Chevy C30 dually camper special custom pickup.
Well, the C30 indication is that it's a 1-ton capacity pickup. They start at half-ton, go to 3/4, and then to 1 ton. And it's a dually, meaning dual rear wheels on each side of the axle with the fender extension, so you don't have to tub it and reduce the bed clearance. And yikes, watch out for those hubcaps and the protrusions thereon.
Yeah, you got that 454 sign up front. These are the hubcaps we're talking about. They're designed to look like the same kind of thing you see on the big rig. I love it right here. You'll see the camper special, meaning it can handle some extra weight in the back. Although I think everything's been changed since that original camper special came out.
So there is a type of camper that slides into the bed and then extends up above the roof, and you will see the tie downs for it here either side of the wheel well. So this one was built to go to work and haul an in-the-bed camper.
I just hadn't anticipated getting slammed out of the ground. The great thing about these dually wheels is that, it distributes the weight, and from a safety perspective, if something goes wrong with one of the tires while you're either hauling something or towing something, it gives you that ability to have a little more safety in the back.
$50,000, and that gentleman gets a big round of applause. Why not? Another break coming up, and we'll return with more from Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. The aisles are crowded here at Westworld of Scottsdale as car fans of all sorts walk up and down and admire an incredible collection of vehicles, every one of which will cross the block here in Barrett-Jackson at no reserve. Here's how the last 3 vehicles across the block did. On the far left, at 34 Pontiac Series 603 was previewed by Tyler Hoover earlier in the evening. And And now on the stage is lot 505, a 1965 427 Roadster recreation.
Well, interestingly, they chose to recreate a 427 with a 428 cubic inch engine. They went for the 428 instead of the 427, but nicely done. Love the black body work. You know, this is just a recreation of what Carroll Shelby ruled the world with during the mid-60s.
Well, I noticed they didn't use the name Cobra or Shelby or anything else. Anyway, $41,000 sends it home. Now here is a vehicle that we noted earlier in the show as coming up, and now it's here. Lot 506 is a 1966 Ford Bronco.
Yes, this is one of the beautiful examples we have here of many custom Broncos. This one distinctive for its beautiful light blue color. Under the hood, a correct 302 cubic inch V8 that has been modernized. This one, like a lot of them, lifted 3.5 inches to fit 35-inch tires. Just the perfect look.
All right, let's take a look at this as it rolls across the chassis cam, because it looks great on the top side. How does it look on the bottom? There we see that 302 cubic inch engine with that fuel injection, the 5-speed manual transmission. Very short wheelbase. Sure doesn't take long to go over the chassis cam, does it?
And that's what makes these things such capable off-roaders. The full-size Broncos, much longer, much wider, harder to get around on the trail. But this one looks like it's never been off-road. Another thing I see, some hand-painted pinstriping on there. A lot of effort into the paint on this one.
And as we were talking about earlier, there is no shortage of aftermarket parts available now for these things. I mean, you just replace just about every part you want, from chassis to body panels. And the body panels are not outrageously priced. I mean, yeah, sometimes you have to work them a little bit to get them just right. But in terms of being able to find the parts, source them, you know, these aftermarket parts, it's not hard to do these days.
And I like how they nicely integrated the roll bar into this to look rather natural. And then, of course, has the bikini top on top for the shade. We did have a bit of sun today, but that's going down here in Scottsdale. The interior on this thing just gorgeous as well. Beautifully integrated modern double-din stereo.
Hammered away at $68,000. And a very gentle pink color. Now, once again, here's April.
Hey, Bob, I'm with this 1958 Fairlane 500 Sunliner. I mean, the 50s were just over the top. You can spot these cars from miles away. Tons of chrome on the bumper. You get sort of a gun sight detail right there. This air intake, non-functional, but it looks really cool. Quad headlights, more gun sight fender tops right here. Stainless steel all the way down, the anodized gold right here. Even the locks have little covers on them all the way back. You got some more fender skirts, the fins, and one of my favorite details are these blue jeweled center tail lights. Now, this one's got a 300 horsepower, 352 cubic inch V8 paired to a Ford-O-Matic automatic transmission. Now, take a peek inside. It's just as amazing. Colonial white and blue Gulfstream bench seat, stamped steel metal dash, and that massive wheel, beautiful sweeping speedometer, just a really, really nice restoration. They definitely don't make them like they used to.
Which can be a good or a bad thing. Thank you, April. Now let's take a peek over in the McGuire's staging lanes, where the cars all assemble. And I should point out the crew here at Barrett-Jackson, the staff, really do a great job of keeping all of these thousands of vehicles in the proper order. As the hammer falls here in the auction arena at $50,000 for that 2012 Ford Shelby GT500 convertible. Smiles all around up on the block. Watch out, folks. Here comes a 1968 Camaro custom convertible.
Yeah, we'll see an awful lot of customs rolling across the block, but this is a restored. In fact, they're pointing out that the owner of this car has had it for the last 42 years. There's a few custom touches under the hood, but overall, this is looking pretty close to the way that it rolled off of the showroom floor. Now it has a crate engine at 375 horsepower, 350 cubic inch stuck underneath that hood, but a beautiful look for the second year for the Camaro.
Yeah, it's nicely upgraded with the engine, but a beautiful restoration, very stock on the outside. And I got to give the guy props. Over 40 years of ownership, and he's selling it here at Barrett-Jackson. I've sold several cars at Barrett-Jackson myself. It is the most exciting way to go, especially if you have a long love affair with a car and it's time to let it go. Well, watching across the block in the lights, an amazing experience.
And, you know, we've seen it happen over and over again where we, you know, we'll meet a consignor who's had a car for a long time. And, you know, it's not just that they've had the car and they want to sell it, but they also want to have an experience at the same time. And, you know, the attitude is it brings what it brings. And I know sometimes that's tough when you're the owner, but that's exactly what they want. They want their car to go out in style.
Yeah, Rick, I can remember one of my first Barrett-Jacksons, an elderly couple from the Midwest, sold a Chevy 55, I believe, that they'd had since he started courting her a million years ago. And as it sold, the lady shed a tear. And I have to admit, so did I. So that car enters the roll of cars sold early on here. So go to Barrett-Jackson.com. You can see what every vehicle did. When the vehicle you may have your eye on will be coming to the block. And don't forget, at Barrett-Jackson, you can bid in person, by a proxy, online, or by phone. Here we are looking at a 1979 Chevy C10 Custom pickup.
Well, this C10 is really sticking out for a couple of reasons. The paint is absolutely fabulous on it, two-tone, and been lowered a couple of inches. But when it came up on the block, it really shook the floor. The 5.3-liter V8 has been breathed on heavily. I imagine this thing is super fast.
Yeah, it's got a Stage 2 Texas Speed camshaft, fabricated aluminum intake, long tube headers, Flowmaster exhaust, and made it up with an automatic transmission. Got a Hughes 2200 stall converter. Boy, everything you could ask for. And it's so interesting. We see some of these that have been jacked up, others that have been lowered. Doesn't really matter what you do. People love C10s.
Take a look at the inside. More of that custom treatment, some plaid in there, blue and white to match the two-tone of the truck. And they even leather stitched the dash, which they certainly didn't do in 1979 with 79 with Chevy pickup trucks. Very cool.
And the consignor points out this one has about 800 miles that's been put on it since the build was completed. And as I mentioned earlier today, that's exactly what you want, a car that's been run in just a little bit, so it's not fresh from its restoration.
And $44,000 is the hammer price. Away rolls the truck. And rolling in behind it is lot 510, a 1960 Buick Electra 225 convertible.
Boy, what a great build on this. Bolero red on the outside. You know, this is a pretty spectacular car. You got to remember where things were at this point in time in terms for Buick. Bling was big. You know, in 1959, they had the Cadillac with those massive tail fins. Well, let's take a look back and see what they were doing with Buick. Coming all the way back to right here. Now, remember, if it was a Chevrolet, it would have had a longer slide right here. But for the Buick, they had that subtlety right there. And by the way, I believe, let's see, do the Ventaports come back in this year? Yeah, as you slide up, you see 4 Ventaports, which, you know, instead of being round or oval, now they're stylized.
Well, we're going to have to interrupt this particular sale because we're out of time. Now it's time to wrap up another hour of our Barrett-Jackson coverage today on FYI. But there's still a long way to go. 28 hours of live auction action coming your way this week. Hello and welcome to Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. It's prime time on the East Coast. The best cars of the day are getting set to cross the block. You have a front row seat to enjoy it all. I'm Bob Varsha, working with Rick DeBrule, Tyler Hoover, April Rose, and Mike Joy. There's a look at what the last 3 cars to cross the block did, including a Buick Electra 225 at $45,000. Right now we're looking at lot 511, a 1932 Ford Tudor custom sedan.
Yeah, it's got a steel body over fiberglass fenders. Nicely done. I love the little ghost flames that they've got up towards the front. Not an awful lot that you can see. Underneath the hood, well, it's got a 350 cubic inch, 350 horsepower engine. They've redone all the suspension. It's just a nice hot rod build. And boy, you know, you can go with a 32 Deuce Coupe, but I love the Tudor body.
Well, the thing that impresses me is this was built reportedly in 2007, and they've driven it 7,000 miles since. So this isn't been a show queen that's recently built. This thing's been used for the last 15 years, but looks like it's freshly restored. They did a great job.
$85,000 takes it to wherever that gentleman wants. Not enough, though, to reach our top 10 sales of the day, not to mention the overall auction. We have 8 six-figure sales thus far in 2 days of the 5 days we'll be showing you here on FYI and the History Channel. A spectacular allotment of cars, so let's all sit back and enjoy them. Lot 512 is a 1932 Ford Custom Roadster.
Well, officially, it is labeled as a 1932 Ford Special Construction because the reality is this is nothing that came from a 1932 Ford. You've got a special frame that's been built for it. It's a SoCal frame. You've got a new body. Everything is essentially new from this. So, yes, it looks like a 32 Ford. Well, it looks like a 32 Ford hot rod. But in terms of the parts, which we've talked about, so many aftermarket parts available, that's what you've got here. Just a real nice hot rod build.
And let's take a look at the chassis cam here. Here's that tank on the front, and long gone is that flathead Ford. Looks like a 383 cubic inch V8. Beautifully painted underneath, including the matching red drive shaft and rear end, that exhaust going out. Chrome suspension, beautiful under there.
Well, what I love about this are just all the little touches. You know, the front suspension, I mean, it's not fancy. It's going to be kind of a rough ride, but it is fully exposed.
Doesn't seem to matter to that fella because he just paid $40,000 plus the 10% buyer's premium and appropriate taxes for wherever he's going to take it. And I really like the flames. Now here comes a Porsche. Lot 512.1 is a 1986 928S.
Well, 1986 was the year I was born, and this came out, well, a few years before. Originally intended to be the 911 replacement. Instead of being in the back and air-cooled, they had a V8 engine in the front. A few years later, they introduced the S for a little more horsepower. But to think of this replacing the 911 seems sacrilege, but that was the original idea. Those headlights, they look strange, but they actually pop up. They just don't have covers on them, so they'll pop up and deploy at a full 90 degrees facing the street. But when they're not in use, that's how they stay. Nice paint job on this one. Looks very original. Yeah, 48,000 miles showing on the odometer.
Yeah, 1986 they came out with some refinements, some improvements on the 928. You know, they got larger brakes, 4-piston calipers, modified exhaust, but it didn't start at the beginning of the year. It only started at about a certain point in the run. So sometimes these cars are referred to as, 1986 and a half. Although the reality is, I think most of the year got that. Now this, I think those changes started at a certain point in the VIN, and looking at the VIN number, this is definitely in that phase where somebody might refer to it as an 86 and a half. But the reality is, it's an 86 that has the upgrades.
Yes, and after this, they had the S4 where they finally got over 300 horsepower in these. Then they even did a higher version of that, but this one, plenty fast.
There is the Summit Racing sold sticker and the sales price. Congratulations to the new owner. 1,000 miles a year on that 928S. So we'll move on. Something else from Germany, a 1988 Mercedes-Benz 560 SL Roadster.
Mercedes' official chassis designation for this is the 107, and it was very long-lived. From 1972 to 1989, they used this body style of Mercedes. So we're at the end of the line here with 1988, and this was the biggest engine you could get in the U.S., 5.6-liter V8. But you can see the U.S. bumper regulations. You have wider bumpers on the front compared to the Euro cars. They were also mandating sealed beam headlights, and that's why the Euro cars look a little different with their squared headlights, but still, it doesn't detract very much on these US spec versions. Just a very elegant car.
I'll tell you what, from the moment this body style debuted with the 350 SL, then the 450 SL, then the 500 SL, if you were going to be parked at the country club, this is what you wanted to drive. If you had money, this was the car you wanted to be seen in.
$50,000. Sends it down the ramp. Congratulations to that gentleman. The thrill of victory. Okay, here's another import, a very different one. 2004 Rolls-Royce Phantom, as Tyler showed us earlier.
Yes, I had to come up and see this one sell. It's just such an incredible car. You get a good look at the grille here in the front. I mean, it looks like a skyscraper in itself. The Spirit of Ecstasy sitting on top, and that is actually deployable. You can push a button or program it with a lock on your key, and it'll go down into the grille, hide it away so nobody tries to steal it. These things are massive, and they were massively expensive new, about $400,000 or more, the original MSRP.
Yeah, the big V12 engine underneath there. You know, it's interesting looking at how Rolls-Royce, you know, where Bentley went, you know, into the sleeker look. Rolls-Royce said, you know what, this is what our buyers want. We're going to keep upright. Let's take a look inside, but I don't want to look inside the driver's portion. What I want to take a look is inside the rear seat. Yeah, that's where you want it to be riding. Look at those footrests in the back. The trays, yeah. If you had money, this is what you were driving around in. Those 560 SLs, who cares about those?
$65,000. And the answer to that little fella is yes, you can sit in the back. I hope you saw the little servo spinning the Rolls-Royce insignia in the wheel hubs, as Tyler showed us earlier. Here's lot 515, a 2015 Dodge Challenger SRT Hellcat Custom Hennessy HPE 850. I think we have a new leader in the longest name contest.
Hellcat, of course, we're talking major horsepower. I remember when the Hellcat first came out, and we were just astounded at the concept that they were going to have more than 700 horsepower in a car you could go down to your dealer and buy.
And then even more astounding, by the time they were done, they had over 1,000 horsepower with them in the last call. This one being a Hennessy edition, I'm sure they turned it up even more, even though this is an early Hellcat. One thing I really like is this one has the 6-speed manual transmission. I rented one of these actually in Las Vegas, and it is very hard to keep it in the traction. The traction control kicks in so easily, and then you turn it off, and then it's just absolutely crazy.
And I really like the fact this one's been driven about 5,000 miles, so somebody's at least enjoyed it a little bit.
Well, it gets quickly to 60,000, and that's where it sells. Now here's another car coming up shortly. A 1955 Chevy 3200 custom pickup. Look at that paint job. All kinds of go-fast parts. You're going to want to see that, baby, coming up soon here at Scottsdale. Welcome back to Westworld at Scottsdale and our continuing coverage of the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction. A regular feature of our coverage here on FYI on the History Channel is the Spotlight Year. We pick a specific year and feature a set of cars built in that time frame. This Scottsdale, that year is 1971. Why did we choose that? Well, 71 was when partners Tom Barrett and Russ Jackson staged the first Barrett-Jackson auction in a park in downtown Scottsdale. Rick DeBrule is standing by with a car he selected from the 1971 era.
I like to think that somebody who would have been attending that very first Barrett-Jackson car show here in Scottsdale back in 1971 might have driven up in this 1971 Dodge Dart Swinger. Now, Dodge made the Swinger between 1969 and 1976. The concept was pretty simple. You know, you take the humble compact car, add a little bit of performance, a little bit of style, and a fun name like the Swinger, well, and you got something cool. This particular Swinger has been given a heart transplant, bumped up to 360 cubic inches, 380 horsepower. The original color was probably green on this. These days, it's got the perfect color, plum crazy, the one you could get back in 1971. Base price on a Swinger back then was just over $2,300. It was an inexpensive way to have fun transportation with a little flair.
And there is the car live as it awaits its turn on the Barrett-Jackson auction stage. It's in the staging lanes. It doesn't have far to go. So if you've been with us from the beginning, you've heard from Rick and from April Rose. And we'll see what Mike Joy, Tyler Hoover, and myself select for our 71 Spotlight cars. This is Lot 517.1, a 1957 Chevy 210 Custom two-door Post, currently bid at $42,000.
Well, that means it's a two-door sedan. There's a look at the 350 cubic inch small block Chevy engine, Edelbrock carb. This car is air conditioning equipped, and the paint is really interesting. They call it fire bronze metallic. Has a little bit of a pink cast to it in certain lights, and this was a 210, the same stainless as the Bel Air, but without the fluted panel there on the rear quarter panel.
Yeah, and as we pointed out earlier, you know, this was just the mid-range car. To see it nicely done, well restored, all these decades later, it's special.
That gentleman will now sign for his new acquisition. And he gets to keep the pen as a commemorative item. Now here's a car that April Rose showed us earlier. Lot 518 is a 1958 Ford Fairlane 500 Sunliner convertible.
Boy, is this sharp. You talk about aqua. Here's the 352 cubic inch Interceptor V8 engine, Ford-O-Matic transmission, dual exhaust. Gulfstream blue is the color, and Ford liked to do those two-tone colors both inside and out. So the exterior color is carried over to the dashboard, steering column, and steering wheel, and door trim as well. Nice drop top here. Look at all that stainless trim.
Well, 1958, you had your choice of a Sunliner or a Skyliner. The Sunliner was the soft top convertible. The Skyliner, of course, was the retractable hardtop. And the reality is the Sunliner sold better than the retractable hardtop. The soft top, people were used to it. People were concerned that the retractable hardtop might be a little too complicated. Plus, you lost a massive amount of trunk space when you bought the retractable hardtop.
That's true, Rick. That hardtop had to fold up and store in the trunk. So you basically had about a 2-by-3 foot basket in the middle of the trunk to store. And everybody knew how convertible tops worked with hydraulic cylinders, one on each side. They were pretty goof-proof and easy to service, while the retractable hardtop, with its warm drive screw motors and miles of wiring, was indeed much more complex. And you know, hardtop convertibles became all the rage in the early 2000s, but back in 1958, not so much.
Yeah, Peugeot had made a hardtop retractable decades earlier, but it really wasn't a production car. They didn't build a lot of them. The Skyliner, when it came out, was really the first use on a mass production scale where they built, you know, thousands and thousands of them.
Interesting number, $42,500. Looks like that gentleman was bidding for someone else over the phone. Sold sticker goes on, and away she rolls. And the auctioneer chimes in on our next car. Lot 518.1 is a 1968 Dodge Charger.
383 cubic inch V8, automatic air conditioning. Note the recessed grille with the hideaway headlights. That looked great on the street, not so effective on the NASCAR super speedways, where this generation of Charger tend to rule the roost and compete against the Ford Galaxies and the Mercury Cyclones.
Factory color, you know, it's an F1 light green metallic, and while we forget about it, you know, the concept of the vinyl roof, you know, the idea was to make it look sort of like a convertible, but you did it with the hardtop. I mean, back then, it was the rage. So many cars came with it. In fact, you know, Roger Penske used it once to hide a few modifications he'd made on a Camaro that they dipped one time too many, so you were able to use it. But once again, today, the concept of putting a vinyl roof on a car, no one would ever do it.
And this is a green vinyl roof. It is not black. It is green, as is the interior. Bucket seats, full console, torque flight automatic. Sharp car.
And 56,000 takes it as that bidder continues to rack up sales. Nicely done. Okay, here comes lot 519, a 1949 Chevy 3100 custom pickup.
Boy, beautiful brand new paint. Phytech fuel injection on this Chevrolet ZZ 502 cubic inch big block crate engine. Nothing stock going on here.
No, not stock under the engine compartment. Check out that big, massive, you know, 502 cubic inch engine. And then take a look at the paint. You know, this kind of an intriguing concept that they've done where they've taken that custom green together with metallic shadow gray, done that two-tone. 1949, we're talking about finally the post-war designs for pickup trucks. Finally, we're able to shake off that pre-war design that they held on to for so long.
A very odd feature in the bed. What you're looking at that looks like a radiator with an electric fan is in fact a rear end cooler. And you see the Aeroquip lines and then the braided lines going to the rear end for added cooling. Is that necessary? Is that gingerbread? Is that, you know, to me it kind of gets in the way of whatever you'd want to haul in that pickup bed.
Let me get this straight. You're actually going to haul something in this?
Well, sure. Look at all that diamond plate floor there. That's, you know, that's, sure, this would be a very useful piece, though I certainly would not want to do anything that would abrade that beautiful metallic paint.
Well, I'll tell you what, at this price, I mean, currently bid less than $40,000. I mean, you couldn't build it for this, and you could have fun hauling stuff around in it. But it's nicely done.
And the bidder was on the floor. You saw the staff member working the online bids. But the bidder in the room won the day. Another break coming up, and we'll be back with more great cars and trucks and hot rods and everything you can imagine here at Barrett-Jackson in Scottsdale.
Throughout the years, Barrett-Jackson has raised over $154 million, affecting the lives of people all around the world. And here in Scottsdale, that effort continues with 4 incredible charity cars like this 2023 Chevy Z06. It's the most powerfully naturally aspirated V8, getting you 670 horsepower. It also has the Z07 Ultimate Performance Package and carbon fiber aero all around. The proceeds for this car go to the Chip Miller Foundation for amyloidosis research to aid in early diagnosis to affect better treatment outcomes. And how about this? A 1968 Shelby GT350 recreation. Now, this was built from an original 1960s era Mustang with a factory VIN and the original title. This one was built specifically for and donated to the Carroll Shelby Automotive Program for the Northeast Texas Community College Foundation, and its purpose is to receive and administer gifts to enhance educational excellence at NTCC. And check this out, 2023 Jeep Gladiator Rubicon Custom, built in partnership with Mattel as a life-size version of the Mattel truck toy seen all over SEMA this past year. Now, this benefits Building Homes for Heroes, which is a charity committed to rebuilding lives and supporting the women and men who were injured while serving during the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. And for you horsepower lovers, check out this 2024 Mustang Dark Horse VIN number 1. It has the 4th generation Coyote 5.0 V8 getting you 500 horsepower. Now this benefits the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation, which is the leading global organization focused on type 1 diabetes research. And the best part, 100% of the Hammer price goes directly to each charity, impacting the lives of so many for years to come.
And there's a car that Rick DeBrule selected as his 1971 Spotlight car. And we should also point out that the first of the charity cars that April Rose just described will sell during tomorrow's coverage here on FYI. Now on stage is lot 522, 2012 Ford Mustang Boss 302 Laguna Seca model.
Of course, named after the famous racetrack near Monterey, California. It used to be partially on the Fort Ord property. Of course, Laguna Seca, home of one of the most famous turns in all of racing, the corkscrew. So why not name a car after a track that was so important in Trans Am history? This particular one has 444 horsepower, and it's number 330 of 767 Laguna Seca editions that were made that particular year. And if you look on the back, not actually the gas cap, well, it used to be the gas cap a long time ago. Normally, if it was just a GT, it would say GT, but here you can see that it's got the Laguna Seca track map. But what's interesting about this, it has the modern Laguna Seca track map, which has this indentation here. A long time ago, these just went straight from here to here.
32,000 takes it. And I see that that gentleman has a collection of ball caps that he wears backwards. He's picked up a couple of cars to go with them. So good on him. Here comes lot 523, a 1948 Chevrolet 3100 pickup.
Yeah, frame off restoration. Boy, I love the way it's been done. It's absolutely better than it was when it rolled off the showroom floor. I mean, this white paint, the chrome grille. Most of the time back then, there were no chrome grills because, well, frankly, you were buying a truck. You didn't want to spend that extra money for something like this. Post-war design, finally, with Chevrolet, you know, just a better looking truck than what they came up before. The color, by the way, is pearl, and if you look inside, we've got this green leather interior, so it's, you know, still rather rudimentary. They haven't gone overboard in making it, you know, something fancy and modern in terms of comfort. You know, they were only just beginning to think that maybe people who were driving trucks might want something a little more comfortable. That really, honestly, wouldn't come along for about another 15 years.
Note the two-piece windshield on this one. You know, making curved glass was very expensive. And cars and trucks into the early 1950s, most brands retained flat safety glass for the windshield. Thus you have that spine in the middle separating the two pieces. It would be several years later before a one-piece curved windshield was employed, and the trucks were the last to get them.
And take a look at that small rear window as well. You know, they just weren't thinking that they needed to do highway driving.
33,000 takes it, and that successful bidder looks like she can't believe. It's all yours. Part of the fun of every Barrett-Jackson. Here's lot 523.1, a 1986 Chevrolet C10 Custom pickup.
Well, this one has been nicely lowered and treated to a huge set of rims. These look like 22s on here. In fact, the tires are 265 with a 30 aspect ratio. That means the sidewall is 30% as high as the tread is wide on 22-inch rims. So nicely dropped, but very stock inside. So, although look at this emblem. This is not a GM or a Chevrolet emblem. It's something that's been created. So a little bit of whimsy there. This has a 350 cubic inch crate motor, power locks and windows, 22s, of course. nicely done truck. Not a lot of money, but something you can drive and enjoy.
Well, and they call this the square body line. Started in 1973. This was the final year for it in 1986. A long, solid run in terms of having one particular body style. And it's not overly done. I mean, you can see in the bed where they've actually, they still have a lot of the wear and tear lines that they've got in there. But once again, a 350 cubic inch crate engine under the hood.
So aside from the crate motor, the roll pan where the rear bumper would be, custom exhaust, big wheels and tires, and a suspension drop, that's it. Otherwise, it's a stock truck.
$27,000, I think, makes that a good buy. As we bid it goodbye.
Oh, Bob, you punster, you.
And now here's lot 524, 1994 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am 25th anniversary T-top.
Well, I love what they've done here with this color scheme. Note that the vinyl stripe is blue fading to black at the edges, and that's how they were originally. In 1969, Pontiac introduced the Trans Am, and it came in one color scheme, white with blue stripes, and the anniversary car does likewise.
Well, you got to remember, white and blue were the American racing colors. Once upon a time, each country was represented by colors. White and blue was for America, British Racing Green, all those types of things.
And they weren't optional. They were required. Ferraris had to be red. British race cars had to be green. The French race cars were blue. And Porsche ran just unpainted aluminum cars.
The other thing I like about what they've done with this striping back up here at the front is that they didn't put a massive screaming chicken on the hood. Remember, at a certain point in the 70s, the screaming chicken was the entire hood. Now, just like in 1969, it was very subtle.
This is a bargain right here at $20,000, and this is a 6-speed car, so all the performance you could ask for in 1994, second year of this body styling cycle. Limited edition 25th anniversary Trans Am. I don't understand what's not to like here.
Yeah, 275 horsepower, and once again, for 1994, that's pretty solid. The wheels, which can fade depending upon how they're taken care of, look really, really nice on this. It's one of 1,750 Trans Am 25th anniversaries that were made, and only one of 155 with those T-tops.
Where did all the Pontiac fans go? I mean, come on.
It even has the factory books, which is cool. It comes with an original pin that came with it, a tire pressure gauge, a highlighter, all included. This is cool.
Well, it finally sells for $24,000. Second consecutive goodbye, in my view. But then again, you can find out how every lot in the auction does at Barrett-Jackson.com, plus learn a wealth of information about the company, the auctions, and so on. So go to Barrett-Jackson.com, knock yourself out. Now here comes a truck that we previewed earlier as a coming up vehicle. Lot 525 is a 1955 Chevrolet 3200 custom pick-em-up truck.
They've done so much so well with this truck. Look at the build under the hood. There's that Holley Sniper electronic fuel injection. Headers on this 6-liter LS 8-cylinder. Just beautifully, beautifully done. And then you got to look at the outside. This is what we call faux tina. It is imitation patina, imitation wear and tear, where somebody's put a lot of different colors on this car, then sanded it down to make it look worn out, and then clear coated it. Sorry, I don't get it.
Yeah, the question is, once you go to the patina route, why do you clear coat it? But there are those who like that, and so it's like they want to make the point that they don't want it to rust anymore. They don't want it to fall apart. I also love the Ride Tech air suspension, and you might have noticed when Mike was talking about the car, they were moving it up and moving it down. The chassis has been modified. It's got front and rear disc brakes. It's got a Ford-Link rear end, rides on those 20-inch Riddler wheels. It's nicely done.
And this is the problem with customizing any vehicle and bringing it to auction, is you have to anticipate not your taste, but what the bidders are going to raise their hand for.
Well, someone loves it to the tune of $38,500. Congratulations to them. Another break coming up, and we'll return with more from Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. Back at West World of Scottsdale, let's have a look under the McGuire's staging lane tent. As you can see, night has fallen, but the lights are on, and there are plenty of rides still to file into the building and find their new homes. Case in point, Lot 526, a 1986 GMC C1500 custom pickup.
Wow, what a beauty and what a proportion. The short bed, half-ton pickup. This is the one you want to drive. You don't want the one with the 8-foot bed that extends all the way back to here, the one you take to Lowe's or Menards or Home Depot. This is the sport truck, and nicely dropped, nicely done.
And nicely sold. Right now, let's go to Tyler Hoover.
I'm with lot 533, a 2010 Maserati Gran Turismo, and with the Blueprint engine cam, let's take a look under the hood. You have a 4.7-liter V8 with a lovely Maserati Trident, 440 horsepower. But this thing, as many know, was built by Ferrari. That's always given Maserati a little bit of extra panache when it comes to their sales. Their Ferrari-derived engines in their cars, Pininfarina-styled body at a great price. But actually, that relationship is coming to an end. At one point, Maserati and Ferrari were in the same company, with Fiat as their sort of father company. But in recent years, Ferrari had spun off and is now its own independent company, and they're making more cars. They want to make an SUV. They're making different things. So they don't want to help out Maserati anymore. So at this point, it's the end of the line for Ferrari-derived engines with Maserati. It'll be interesting to see what they do, and it will be interesting to see what happens with these special years of Maserati. Will it make them more collectible? We'll see.
We're at $51,000 bid on this 1966 Ford Mustang Fastback.
It's interesting. Steve Davis just a moment ago actually came down and was looking inside the engine compartment, checking everything out, looking at the VIN number on it, just double checking and making sure, he is a big Ford guy. He knows his Fords inside and out. He just want to learn a little bit more about it.
So we know this is a Mustang 2+2. This was the third body style that was introduced after the hardtop and the convertible. This one has a 289 and a 4-speed, some dress-up items under hood. Not saying that it was born with all that, and to see how this car came off the assembly line, you need to go here to the door jamb and look at and decode the trim tag. There are all kinds of ways to do that on the internet. And you can order a Marty report to see what exactly was on this car when it left the factory. It is upgraded to GT spec.
And Steve Davis had come down he had a consignor who wanted to know, was that the original 289 block? He wanted to make sure it did have a 289 block and that it was period correct.
And $67,000 takes it home. Here comes lot 526.2, a 1976 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am.
Well, this was not the first black with gold trim special edition car to come out of Detroit or even out of Europe. You had the Cosworth Vega. You had the Ford in Germany JPS Capri, kind of like the Lotus Formula One cars, which in America was the Capri S. And there were lots of others. But Pontiac did it best.
Well, and there was that little movie that came along at one point that seemed to have had a role in that suddenly took it from being just another car to a car everybody wanted to have. Smokey and the Bandit.
People look at these and think of these as Smokey and the Bandit editions, but no. The special edition striping and color scheme on these Firebirds came out before the movie was made. And Pontiac loaned Burt Reynolds some Trans Ams for the making of the movie, and the idea was that he would get one after the movie was completed to keep, and the rest, as they say, is history. But look at all this tape pinstriping. If you would have to redo or replace all of it, there's acres of it. The engine turn dash is gold. The wheels are gold. Arguably one of the most recognizable, instantly recognizable special editions Detroit has ever produced.
And the consignor says this has less than 16,000 miles on the odometer, so it's been well cared for this entire time.
Well, the Pontiac fans we couldn't find in the room to bid on the 25th anniversary car, they're here.
And that's what they were waiting for. And it's important to point out, that was a 25th anniversary Trans Am. This is a 50th anniversary Pontiac. That's why it's a special edition for the 50th anniversary.
All I can see is Jackie Gleason going, what we have here is a failure to communicate.
You know, the downside in 1976, just not a lot of horsepower. Only 185 horses coming out of this thing.
And the Trans Am sells. Rolling out into the night. Now here's a look at today's top 5 sellers, brought to you by Hagerty. Topped by a 2009 Chevrolet Corvette Custom that made $117,000. Second, the 2014 Ford Shelby GT500 Super Snake at $115,000. $110,000 for a 1970 Chevy Camaro RSSS Custom. Then we had a 3-way tie at $100,000 between a Corvette Z06 Custom, a Lamborghini Gallardo Spider, and that giant Prevost H341 Custom motor coach. And now here's a 1979 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am. Deja vu.
This one in solar gold with only, as you see in the windshield, 23,000 actual miles. So this one was well loved, but not often driven. The interior in camel color, kind of matching the exterior. The wraparound rear window on all these late second-gen Camaros and Firebirds. Interesting, but certainly not a car that would have the prestige or the recognition of the special edition black and gold car that just preceded it.
That does have the WS6 package, and of course, you know what's interesting about this when you compare it to the Trans Am that just rolled across the block. That Trans Am that was here before from 1976 had the round headlights. 1977, they went off and said, you know what, let's make them rectangular, went with a different look. And boy, there's two schools of thought. Somebody who absolutely loved the round and other people who love the rectangular. And frankly, I'm one of that second group.
$60,000 rolls it away. Another break coming up. When we return, more from Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. Stay with us.
Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale is much more than just a collector car auction. It's an entire lifestyle event complete with rides, and Rick's going to take us on the Dodge Thrill Ride, our own version of the Tilt-A-Whirl. In what is this?
We got a Dodge Charger Red Eye here making 797 horsepower.
Oh, well, that should break the tires loose pretty easily, huh?
All right, Tyler, here we go, boss.
Let's roll. Listen to that Red Eye supercharged engine. Whoa! That's amazing. Whoa! There's a wall there. All right. Yeah. It's hilarious. Whoa!
Woo! How's that, boss?
That's awesome. Well, I'm coming out NASCAR style. Feel like I won something. Need a bottle of champagne.
Oh, Tyler has all the fun on these gigs. I tell you what. That is some pretty handy driving, though, I would point out. Not as easy as it looks. How about lot 529, a 1999 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am Firehawk?
Well, a company called SLP did these conversions for Pontiac, upgraded beyond what the factory decided they were able to do. So this is a GM authorized upgrade. 327 horsepower, 345 foot-pounds of torque is the Firehawk performance package on top of the regular Trans Am.
Yeah, just a little while ago, we saw a 25th anniversary Trans Am edition roll across. This was the same year, but as you said, from a performance perspective, you know, it's got an extra 55 horsepower. Now, it is special. It's one of only, I think it was 106 Trans Am Firehawks built for that year, and one of only 63 with the 6-speed manual transmission.
Well, then absolutely, that's the one you want. So we have rarity, we have a historic name, but we have a brand that's no longer in circulation, and perhaps that is what held the number down to $28,000.
And that was a quick kill, $28,000. Well done. Here comes lot 529.1, a 1970 Pontiac GTO.
The Endura nose, the 4 headlights, the twin nostrils, all GTO hallmarks. Pepper green is the color. It has a saddle cloth interior, 323 posi rear end, working factory air. And yeah, you stir this one yourself. It's got a 4-speed with a Hurst shifter. Sharp car.
And what's cool about this, and we're seeing recreations right here, but it has the factory build sheets. Obviously, these are copies, and you can see, you know, they didn't survive very well because usually they were buried someplace in the car. But this tells you what it was born with, how it was born. This is the original paperwork for this. This is pretty cool. It makes sure that you know exactly what this car was supposed to be.
Styled steel wheels, those are factory. And this has the PHS paperwork with it. Back in the day, GM at one point decided, do we need to keep all our old production records on all these old cars? No, because they weren't selling history. GM was selling new cars. The only divisions that kept all of their build sheets and paperwork were GM of Canada and Pontiac Motor Division, thanks to the efforts of engineer John Sawruck and others. That is now PHS, Pontiac Historic Services, and they will give you the DNA on your car so that you can prove that it is a real GTO, as is this one.
Yeah, you just wish you could be there the day they took all, because remember, this wasn't electronic. This was all paper. They just went out and they just tossed it away, probably threw it in an incinerator.
Yeah, it was expensive to maintain paper records. There are whole companies that do that. And when you're building millions of cars a year, yeah, that adds up. They decided there was no money in history. And I think they were wrong.
$53,000, fist bumps all around. There goes their new car, their new old car. Here's lot 530, a 2001 Plymouth Prowler custom convertible.
Well, when Plymouth shut down, Chrysler took over the Prowler. This is titled as a Chrysler Prowler, but it wears Plymouth badging, Prowler badging. Now, what I love that they did here, this car came with big, ugly bumpers. I mean, like Rosanna, Dana, big, ugly bumpers. But what Plymouth did is the bumpers attached with 2 bolts. You pulled them out, you got these fiberglass pieces here to put in some turn signals, and now you got a car that looks beautiful, looks like a street rod, looks like it ought to. So Plymouth knew they had to put bumpers on the car, but they also knew nobody would want them like that, so they made it real easy to change it. Mulholland Blue is the color. That's what mine was. These things were great ice cream cars, as in go get ice cream, then take it home and put it away.
Yeah, they weren't overly powered, which is probably their ultimate failing in terms of not having enough horsepower. But in terms of the fact that they looked cool, they were absolutely great. Let's see, this has special scissor doors, I believe. I'm trying to figure out how to open them here.
The rear bumper has been removed on this as well, Rick. Nicely done.
Yeah, they slide up. There we go. I can make them operate like that. So you get the Lamborghini-style doors. So there's some fun work that's been done to this. You know, ultimately, when you look at this car and you think, oh, well, it was just okay, who cares? But what this car was important for was this was an experiment in how to use aluminum. And the things they did on this car could be used for other cars down the road. They were able to experiment and sell it at the same time.
This has a push rod, rocker style, Formula car type suspension with coil over shocks. IndyCar stuff. The problem was this car had looks and a suspension, wrote a check that the engine, the V6, could not cash. Otherwise, I love it.
The Summit Racing sticker shows the car sold for $25,000. Next up, something a little more dated. This is a 1937 Ford Custom Coupe.
Well, Cliff's going to show us a look under hood. Hey, it's a custom Ford with a custom Ford engine. 351 4-barrel Ford Motorsport engine here, right down to the original cast iron exhaust manifolds. Boy, it just barely fits in there, but it's good to see a Ford in a Ford.
What a concept. I'll tell you what I love is the styling from 1937. You have to remember, it was only 5 years earlier that 1932 had that straight up and down grille. Now they've gone into the style that's actually thinking the concept of aerodynamic that's breaking the wind, the way the headlights are built in right there. I mean, the styling on the 1937 was light years beyond what they were doing just 5 years earlier. I mean, these days, 5 years goes by and cars essentially look the same. Back then, boy, it was changing radically every couple of years.
Again, these cars were very popular with people that had to haul a certain amount of cargo for a living and do it very quickly. Now, this trunk has been fully finished and lined, so it is not as commodious as they were originally.
Yeah, normally it basically would have gone back into the passenger area behind the seat.
And trunk space on these were measured in how many cases they could carry, and I don't mean suitcases.
35,000 takes it with great big fenders, reminiscent of another car we're going to see on Super Saturday, a 1937 Mercedes 540K. You won't want to miss that. Stand by. That gentleman signs. We'll be back after a break. Welcome back to Westworld of Scottsdale as we cast our gaze across the showcase, cheek by jowl with the Salon, featuring the very finest cars that will cross the Barrett-Jackson auction block this weekend, each one at no reserve, meaning no minimum bid that has to be met before the vehicle will be released by the consignor. A high bid when the hammer falls gets the car. Deal done. This is a 1932 Ford Custom Pickup, currently bid at $32,500. And sold there. Sorry, guys.
I like that Buick Nailhead engine, V8 engine in there. You don't see those as often as the Ford and Chevy power plants.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, so many people were just putting crate engines in. Somebody was creative with what they did with that engine compartment.
So away goes the Nailhead. Here comes lot 532.1, a 1962 Imperial LeBaron pre-production prototype.
Well, it's not very often that prototype cars get away from the car companies in Detroit. But this car was owned by a longtime Chrysler employee. Chrysler used it in commercials. It has a 413 V8, torque flight automatic, air ride suspension. It is highly, highly optioned. And this is a four-door hardtop limousine style body. LeBaron was a noted coach builder. Chrysler would build engines and chassis, and LeBaron would build the bodies. And boy, this is longer than just about anything else that came out of Detroit that year, isn't it?
And the lights are controversial in this particular year. I mean, you see how they're actually mounted up above. Now, the following year, they would be actually built into this chrome strip. And when we get to the very front, you're going to see another aspect of how to make controversial lights. You'll see that what they've done is they've taken both headlights, moved them to the side of the grille, and then, kind of like an old style, they've got the little headlight surrounds around them. There you see right there, kind of hanging out there.
$39,000 takes it. And you saw a lot of interested bidders up there on the stage. Interesting headlight treatment for sure. Next up will be a car that Tyler Hoover previewed for us earlier. This is that 2010 Maserati Gran Turismo convertible.
Well, you have the Ferrari running gear in the quad cam V8, 4.7 liter, 6-speed automatic transmission, 440 horsepower, almost 500 pound-feet of torque. sport mode, paddle shifters, nav, and a power convertible roof. Metallic black over Rosso Corallo leather, and a black convertible top. 44,000 miles, so well enjoyed, but sharp car.
Yeah, 444 horsepower, and I love the fact, nice, I'm not going to call it a fully comfortable, but as you can see behind the driver right here, there is some room for feet in the back, as long as you don't push the seat back too far. So it's a Gran Turismo, yeah, definitely better for the two people in the front, but almost enough room for two people in the back.
Not sure if they're still selling this body style. It got very long in the tooth in Maserati showrooms. Had a very long life, both as a coupe and as a convertible, as shown here.
And once again, you know, here we are 14 years after it probably hit the showroom floor. It's got 44,000 miles on it, so somebody's actually been driving it, enjoying it. You know, it's great to say, oh, you got a car with only 5,000 miles or 4,000 miles, but you always have to worry, you know, what's happening to all those rubber seals, all those things that are supposed to make sure that they're properly lubricated so they keep all the oil in the proper place. So the fact that this one's been used properly, not high mileage, it's a great little car.
And this was a six-figure car when new. Today, it's $39,000. Next up, lot 533.1, a 2005 Maybach 57. And here are some Haggerty fastbacks. In the early days of Mercedes-Benz, Wilhelm Maybach was a coach builder who built beautiful bodies on Mercedes chassis and running gear. So Mercedes-Benz took the name and revived it just after the turn of this century to build an ultra-luxury car to compete with Rolls-Royce. Dealers had to have a bespoke showroom for Maybach and an ordering salon so that you could spec your car out completely. This car, over $300,000 new. And did Maybach compete with Rolls-Royce? They did, briefly.
Well, they competed, but did they win? No, not absolutely, you know. Once again, it's got a 12-cylinder motor, 5.5 liters. And by the way, when they did the press tour on these things, they wouldn't let the journalists drive them. They said, no, these are cars you'll be driven in. You need to experience what it's like in the back seat, not driving up front, because whoever's driving this car, well, that's a paid professional.
They were very stylish. They were, I think, differentiated enough from the S-Class Mercedes upon which they were based, the long wheelbase versions, but not enough to sell enough of them at $300,000 each for the brand to continue.
Well, this one sells for $40,000, and I would say that is a heck of a deal. The sold sticker goes on, and we go to April Rose.
Hey, Bob, I'm in the pre-staging lanes right now, and we've seen a lot of big trucks and SUVs with the six-wheel treatment, but I bet you haven't seen anything like this. 1992 AMC Club Mini Moke. Now, these were made in England. They're front-wheel drive, so the back four wheels, they don't have any power. Now, not many were built, but they were all done up to strict European standards with brakes on all six wheels, and it's got a 1,275cc engine, 62 horsepower, baby. Now, this one was found in Germany a few years back, imported to the U.S., and it's really going to be interesting to see what it goes for tonight.
That's a good question, and I'm sure a lot of people are asking themselves. April, thank you. As we go back to the stage for lot 534, a 1934 Ford Deluxe Custom Roadster.
And what I really love about this is, first off, it looks dead stock from the outside, but they've done an engine upgrade. But you know, they didn't do it the way everybody else is doing it. They took a 1950 Mercury flathead. They just opened the hood here. Let's see if I can get it open again, because it's worth looking at. Hang on, we're trying to run over our camera guy. There we go. See if I can't lift it up a little bit. Because look at that. That's a piece of art. Taking that 1950 engine, restoring it, and putting it into this body and this chassis that is so beautifully restored. I mean, look at it on the outside. Look at it on the inside. Look at the rumble seat in the back, the rubber. And it's been converted to 12 volts, so it's going to run just a little bit better. I love this build.
What I love about that engine is the use of period speed equipment, those Offenhauser cylinder heads. That's so cool.
$36,000. Rolls it away. And we've got another break coming up, so stick around. Lots more interesting rides, dream rides we call them, when we return to Barrett-Jackson at Westworld of Scottsdale.
SUVs and crossovers have taken over American roads, and they're making big inroads at Barrett-Jackson as well. And what's not to like? This 72 Blazer, all new from the ground up. 6.2-liter V8, 6-speed automatic, 20-inch wheels, 33-inch tires, beautiful mint green with oyster interior, and better than brand new in 72. For every Blazer here, it seems there's 2 first-generation Broncos. And this one's a beauty. It's nearly brand new from the ground up with its 5-liter, 32-valve V8 automatic, a suspension lift, a body lift, gorgeous. Well, this one's a little dirty, but you know, where we're going, we don't need roads. They only build about 700 of these Hummer Alphas with the Duramax diesel and the Allison automatic transmission. Over 500 horsepower here. And this one has been fitted with a set of Max Tracks track drives on all 4 axles. This can be unbolted, and a nice big wheel and 33-inch Mickey Thompson tires substituted. Go anywhere in this Hummer. Who's going to stop you? A little SUV, something for everybody at Barrett-Jackson.
And you'll see all of those vehicles cross the Barrett-Jackson auction block during our Saturday coverage on FYI and History Channel. So be sure to be with us. This is lot 536, a 1936 Ford 5-window custom coupe.
Wow, beautifully done. Frame-off restoration, a 454 big block Chevrolet engine. Black cherry metallic with flames and air conditioning, tilt wheel, power steering, automatic. Very, very nice hot rod.
Yeah, it's got a steel body on fiberglass fenders, which is pretty common to do these days. I love the fact that they put disc brakes all the way around. You know, just a nice, fun, simple hot rod kind of look. They haven't gone over the top. They've got some Von Dutch pinstriping on the back. You know, this, when once again, what do they call on this color? It looks like black cherry or something like that.
Yes.
$44,000 takes it away. And there was much joy as we head out to Tyler.
Military placards and stampings on this door here, and that's because this 1984 Chevy K30 pickup truck started life as a military vehicle, but it's been heavily modified. It's been lifted, as you can see, over a foot with the 40-inch tires, over 2 feet of lift on this thing, and I'll crawl around with you up to the front here to show you how. It's a completely custom suspension here, leaf springs stretched to the max, but look at this massive 5-ton axle. It's from a military 6x6, and it is absolutely huge. Now, this would have been the center axle in a 6x6, so 3 axles, and you see on front, it has an inboard brake. That's where this would have gone out to another drive shaft to the other axle, but on this one, they have fixed a brake to it because the brakes would never fit on the inside of these giant monster truck wheels. Apparently, this is an old monster truck trick from the 80s or so, how they used to do it back in the day, and somebody built this military truck into this. It is absolutely crazy, and a really loud 454 under the hood as well. I love it.
That is utterly crazy. Thank you, Tyler. Now on stage, lot 536.1 is a 1957 Ford Fairlane 500 Skyliner.
Well, we had the Sunliner, the folding soft top. Here is the folding retractable hard top, the Skyliner. And as Rick and I pointed out, in the trunk, there is an area for you to put your luggage. But most of the trunk is taken up by this roof, So the luggage space is just that bin right there in the middle, and all of that top mechanism is electric.
And it went out the door in a hurry. Quite the contraption. And there's the new owner. Meanwhile, the auctioneer picks up his cadence for lot 537, a 1932 Ford Custom Roadster.
Yeah, and this one is a little bit older built back in 2013, but I'll tell you, it shows very nicely up on the block here. They're pointing out it is a real steel body. Underneath the engine compartment hood is a 350 cubic inch. So it's your pretty standard build, but other than the fact that, like most of the ones we've been seeing coming so far, are steel with fiberglass fenders. This is steel with steel fenders. Got electric power steering, Sanderson headers.
Sorry, Rick. Really traditional looking hot rod. Nice drop and especially nice rake to the front axle where the back end sits higher than the front, but otherwise a very nice traditional looking hot rod.
And $45,000 takes that Ford Custom Roadster off to its new home. Here's a reminder, once again, Barrett-Jackson.com will have answers to all your questions about the Barrett-Jackson auctions, how the auctions work, how you can consign a car, how you can register to bid, and on and on and on. It's all at Barrett-Jackson.com. Check it out. Now here's another one of those cute mid-50s Ford Thunderbirds, a 1957 convertible.
You gotta love them, and it seems they all find their way to Barrett-Jackson. So this with the optional engine dress up with the cast aluminum logoed valve covers and the 4-barrel carburetor, and the hood scoop is actually functional. It does feed air through that air cleaner to that carburetor. Nice older restoration here with the two tops.
I'd call this a really nice driver. Looks good on the outside. I mean, yeah, it's not perfect underneath. It's not a show car, but it's a car you can go out and enjoy and drive and have a good time with. You know, inside when they, had gotten to this point in terms of the exterior styling, they changed a lot from between 1956 and 1957, those bigger fins that you see in the rear there. But inside, it's essentially the same as you get from a 1956 Thunderbird. Not an awful lot different. Of course, the really big change that they made between 55 and 56 was they figured out that no one had any air inside, so they put those two little vents on the side so that the people inside could actually breathe.
Bargain right there, Bob.
Yep, $36,000 takes it. And I think that couple knows it's a great deal. Congratulations. Here's lot 538, a 538.1, 1970 Ford Mustang Custom Fastback. Apologies.
Not a Boss 302, although it is liveried as one. This one does have an automatic transmission. And not exactly one of Ford's grabber colors, simply said that it's finished in green. Don't believe this was an original Ford factory green, much lighter and brighter than what we would have called grabber green, but very sharp nonetheless.
Yeah, let's call this a fun custom. Like you say, it's not an actual Boss 302, but it's got a 351 cubic inch engine under there that's going to get you around. The interior has been redone. The paint's nice. It's 1970, which is a desirable body style. You could either go for the 69 or the 70. Very similar body styles. The 1969 might have had the scoop that would have been on the side.
Got the 3 S's, the hood scoop, the spoilers, front and rear, and the slats over the rear window.
34,000 takes it. And that fact just realized in the expression on the young man's face. We got it? Yeah, you did. And a lot more bidders are going to get their heart's desire as we continue with our Day 2 coverage of the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction from Westworld of Scottsdale. Stay with us. Back at West World of Scottsdale and our continuing coverage of the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction for 2024. Entering the final 90 minutes here on day 2. Plenty of great cars to come. They get better every day. The intensity ratchets up every day. And the bidding prices certainly rise every day. So plan to spend tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday with us for our coverage. Right now, here's a 1950 Dodge B2 pickup.
Yeah, and this is special. You know, we see an awful lot of Fords and Chevys crossing the block, not nearly as many products from what we used to call the Dodge brothers once upon a time. And this B2 pickup is pretty cool. And what's really nice about it is that according to the consignor, it's only had 3 owners in the 73 years since it was built.
Wow. Well, check out that the cab is a different color from the bed and the fenders. I guess they were all black. I didn't realize that. Maybe you could get body color. Here's Steve Davis. He was pointing out a couple things about this. But so it's really, really different, but I kind of like it, you know, like that. Where the cab, the engine compartment, that's one color. The bed and the fenders. Usually just the fenders were black and the whole body could be any color you want. Not like this.
Well, I'm sure our good friend Steve Magnante, if he was here, would know the entire history associated with that. He's still recuperating. We look forward to the day when he gets back and joins us up on the block again.
Absolutely.
$30,000 takes that Dodge B2 pickup home. And right now, here is Craig Jackson with another of the star cars we'll see on Saturday.
We have a beautiful 1963 Chevrolet Corvette Z06 split window coupe. This is lot number 1363. No expense spared. Body off restoration to the factory specification by renowned D&M Corvette specialists. Powered by its original matching numbers engine and 4-speed manual transmission. The Z06 package includes the RPO L84 fuel-injected 327 360 horsepower engine. This Z06 has been awarded NCRS Top Flight Award and Bloomington Gold in 2010. And when you look at the quality of the restoration, absolutely beautiful. Here we have a super rare Corvette, great color combination, one of the rarest Corvettes built in 1963 of just 199. And the best part, it is selling at no reserve.
Boy, that's a Corvette to make one's heart beat faster if you're into cars. And if you aren't, you're probably not watching. We're at $27,000 bid on this 1950 Ford F1 Custom pickup.
Yeah, just a moment ago, we saw the Dodge 1950 version go across the block. Now we see how Ford compared, and this one is all black.
So old sticker goes on, and the car rolls off into the night. Next up, a bright yellow 1972 Chevy K10 Custom pickup.
Now, Daytona Yellow was a Chevy factory color. Not sure it was available on pickups in 1972, however. This one has been treated to a big block with a 4-barrel carb, aftermarket manifold, and headers. Frame off, rotisserie restoration, 402 cubic inches there. 35-inch Mickey Thompson tires on alloy wheels, and aftermarket stereo, and much more. This is the long bed. This one's built to work.
Well, let's take a look underneath and see what it looks like as it rolls across the chassis cam. As you mentioned, has that 402 cubic inch big block. They've obviously painted the chassis to be the body color. Got that automatic transmission. All the components have been restored, replaced, or rebuilt. And unlike that Bronco that went across so quickly, we had plenty of time to look at the chassis on that one.
So, fun fact or not, what Chevy called the 396 in its later form was actually 402 cubic inches. They didn't call it a 402 because they had such brand equity in the name 396. That was the name that stuck, even though it was not the actual displacement of the engine.
And $46,000 takes that bright yellow pickup truck. Now let's join Tyler Hoover once again.
I'm with lot 548.1, a 1970 GMC K1500 Sierra Grande with a blueprint engine cam. Let's take a look under the hood. The old tried and true 350 cubic inch V8 with 365 horsepower, and the ease of maintenance on these is just unbelievable when you look at it compared to new engines. They even have the firing order right here on the intake, 184-38572. Pretty cool, but this Sierra Grande has received a total incredible frame-off rotisserie restoration. And what makes it a Grande? Well, sort of like the Cheyenne package on the Chevy. You see the wood trim that goes all the way down here, much like a Chevy Cheyenne. And then the interior was massively upgraded. Come take a look at this. 1970 luxury right here with the green vinyl seats. You can see the stamped pattern inside. Lots of green, the four-wheel drive transfer case, and plenty of fall wood. Beautiful truck.
Boy, it is indeed beautiful. And here on the off-ramp for the Barrett-Jackson stage is lot 541.1, a 1988 AM General Custom Hummer SUV.
And an absolute marvel of inefficiency. It is humongously wide, won't go down narrow roads. It gets horrible gas mileage, and for all of its size, seats 4 people.
But it can ford 30 inches of water, and it has 16 inches of ground clearance. It's built to do what it was built to do.
So as Bill Murray says in Caddyshack, I got that going for me.
Well, hopefully the new owners have a farm or some good use for that. Now something entirely different. A lot of interest in our crew about this seldom seen car. Lot 542, as April previewed for us earlier, a 1992 AMC Cub Mini Moke.
Yeah, AMC, not American Motors, Anderson Motor Company. The Mini Moke designed from the Austin Mini. Here's the little 1275cc four-cylinder, inline four-cylinder engine, ready to go with some 65 horsepower here. And the Moke body, originally the windshield would fold and it would be a kind of paramilitary unit, but this one has had a big stretch and done to a 6-wheel design. It's front-wheel drive, so these back wheels are just kind of hold the back end up, but oh my gosh.
Well, you know, for all those extra passengers are sticking in the back, it's nice to be able to spread that weight out and not stress out your lone axle, but it is a pretty fun restyle that they've done here. You know, and it's interesting because when they came out with the original Mini Moke, the idea was it was supposed to be a military vehicle, but in reality, well, it just wasn't capable of doing what they wanted it to do.
Well, the original Mini had 10-inch wheels. These are 12s, so an improvement on the original, in the original Minolite style.
And this 1275 engine, the same one we'd find in your Spridgets, right?
Absolutely.
And $15,000 takes it away. Congratulations, said that owner. I'd love to know what she plans to do with that. Well, if you'd like to try and sharpen your bidding skills and maybe win a great prize in the process, you'll want to play Fantasy Bid, brought to you by Dodge. And right now, April's going to preview one of the cars you'll be predicting the price on.
Oh, I need to wipe the drool off my face. 1970 Boss 9. This is where it's at. This is the big dog, the one everyone wants, and it's had a beautiful, fantastic, full restoration. Just check her out. Now, this one's got the original 429 V8, believed to make over 500 horsepower. It was developed for NASCAR. Now, the motor is so big that Ford actually sent the bodies to CarCraft to install the engines. 4-speed manual, has a deluxe Marty report, so you know exactly what you have, and it's finished in this epic grabber blue, which is one of only 62 in this color. I mean, if you're a collector, this is one of those blue chip cars you have to have in your collection.
Thanks, April. That very Boss 429 will cross the block this Saturday, so register to play now. Terms and conditions apply. You must be 18 or over to play. Visit promo.barrettjacksonfantasybid.com for the official rules, and who knows, you could walk away with the grand prize, a brand new 2024 Dodge Hornet. Now we go back to the block, or just off the block, where lot 542.1, this 1984 Chevy K30 Custom military pickup awaits its final bid.
Well, and now for something completely different, essentially a monster truck. But what I love here is no outboard brakes, a single disc in the back, a single disc in the front. Don't go fast and then try to put the brakes on.
Good grief. Look at that thing. You talk about large and in charge.
Sarge. Perfect for hunting season, whenever that is. Here comes lot 543, a 1967 Chevy Camaro SS Custom Coupe.
Oh, listen to this thing rumble as it comes up to the block. This is a straight liner, narrow wheels on the front, big ones in the back, big tubbed wheel wells, no room for a back seat, a full roll cage. Yes, this is a straight liner. This is no street machine.
Yeah, all of the original suspension on the back is gone. It's got, you know, everything. Short axle that's been put between those two massive piece of meaty tires. Like you say, this is designed all about going in a straight line, a quarter mile very quickly. Look inside, the interior is completely gone. Back seat's gone, the roll cage has been put in. Yeah, it's got a little bit of a dash, but boy, it's got nothing but gauges. This is all about going as fast as you can,
now,
quickly.
They're calling it a pro street build. I don't see anything street about this other than it has headlights and windshield wipers. It even has a 3-speed Rossier no reverse transmission. You're going forward, folks. You're only going forward.
Well, when they say pro street, I think legally it can be licensed on the street. You just don't want to drive it there. They also say that they have pumped out 1,700 horsepower on the dyno out of this engine. So imagine what this could do in a quarter mile. Oh, and they say 1,200 horsepower for street use.
Cutoff switch on the back there. Kill switch as required by most drag racing sanctioning bodies for cars of this power. Cheater slicks on the back that have little dimples in the tires to indicate the tread depth, but no usable tread to speak of. You're going on dry roads, you're going in a straight line, and that's all you're going to do.
And normally when we talk about pro street, we talk about something, well, it can go fast. So pro touring more, so, you know, in terms of being able to turn right and left. But pro street, you should be able to go fast in a straight line, but also navigate your way home.
Not here.
And it sells for $38,000. One nasty Camaro SS Custom. Another break coming up, but stay with us as we approach the end of our 5th of 6 hours here on FYI at the world's greatest collector car auction. We'll be right back. The Barrett-Jackson Cup, presented by Castrol, is back. On Saturday, nearly 50 vehicles paraded across the auction block to showcase the talent and craftsmanship of custom car and truck builders from across the country. Judges are narrowing this amazing collection of vehicles down to 5 finalists, from which the Barrett-Jackson Cup winner will be chosen during our live Super Saturday coverage here on FYI. And 4 of the finalists have already been revealed by the judges. First up, a 1968 Ford Mustang, nicknamed Rampant. We also have a 1960 Buick Invicta Custom, a 1967 Chevy C10 Custom, and finally, a 1927 Ford Roadster. We'll reveal the last finalist during our coverage tomorrow. Welcome back inside the main auction hall at Westworld of Scottsdale, where the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction continues. This is lot 544.1, a 1974 GMC 1500 custom pickup, and the hammer falls at $31,000. So away it goes. Its place taken by lot 545, a 1965 Cadillac DeVille convertible.
Boy, beautiful car. 429 cubic inches of smooth V8 power, 3-speed turbo-hydromatic transmission. The original bronze color, repainted, reupholstered seats and carpet. Now, this is a California black plate car, which means this car was originally registered in California when new and has been continuously registered in California since, so it retains its original black with yellow numbers license plates.
Yeah, there was a time when that was the original plate. You can actually now get a new black plate issued with the car, but there was a time when all plates in California were black with those yellow numbers. You know, it's interesting to think when you look at the back that has no fins. Think just 6 years earlier when Cadillac had those massive fins. You know, by now, they looked at what the Lincoln Continental was doing in terms of the subtle styling, and everything was getting a little less blingy, and this Cadillac had to do the same thing. When you look up front, yeah, there's still a lot of chrome, still plenty of chrome in the back, but just not as much as you would have seen just a few years earlier.
This has about $2,000 worth of new Michelin X tires on it. New paint, new top, new interior. By the pound, I'd say this is an incredible bargain right here.
Well, the DeVille technically was the mid-line range for Cadillac back in those days. You know, you could go up or you could go down. Not inexpensive and massively long, especially when you realize this is just a two-door. This is probably 225 inches long. The styling would change a little bit in the next couple years, because now how you see how the headlights are straight up and down, they would begin to angle just a little bit. Once again, trying to make it look like it was a little bit faster. You know, this is a great paint job. Looks like, you know, older bright work, but not bad. It'd be a fun car just to buy at this price. You know, it's your parade float. Go out and have fun with it.
As you heard it, $26,000. And there's a new most popular guy on that row. That is a lot of cars. And so is this. Lot 545.1 is a 1955 Chevy sedan delivery custom wagon.
What that means is this is a two-door station wagon. However, there is no back seat and there are no windows along the side behind the doors. A one-piece lift gate will get you in there. I'm gonna wait till they move the car down the block to demonstrate that. This one has the V8 callouts under the headlights, under the taillights rather. So this one may have been born a V8, a lot sharper now, and probably has a much happier life than when this was doing, let's say, delivery work back in the 50s when new.
Yeah, the concept of sedan delivery is pretty simple. You know, you don't need windows. Why pay extra? Just put a big piece of metal in there. And then the beautiful part was you could have your company's name on the side, whatever you were carrying inside. And they continued to build sedan deliveries in various forms for a long time. I think you could even get a Vega sedan delivery at one point.
Nope, doesn't want to come up. I would prefer a side hinge door. Would be much easier for access in and out, but this one hinges up, and it's one piece instead of the two-piece tailgates that followed.
And 28,000 takes it. Now here's another car coming up before we leave the air tonight. It's lot 551.1, a 1965 Rolls-Royce Silver Cloud 3. A right-hand driver, 6.2-liter V8, and lots of power accessories.
You know, with our side-by-sides, it's always fun to look at how one car has changed from year to year. But it's also fun to take a look at what we call corporate cousins. In this case, taking a look at how Chrysler used the same E-body platform for the Plymouth Cuda as well as the Dodge Challenger. You know, underneath, these cars share an awful lot of the same parts. But do they share anything on the outside? Well, it turns out there are a couple parts they share. For example, the windshield in this Dodge Challenger, same windshield in the Cuda. The side glass, it's the same. But interestingly, this little glass right here, that is not the same. It's a different piece of glass in those two cars. Now, of course, outside, they did things differently. And it turns out that the Challenger is not quite as aerodynamic as the Cuda. Up front, well, they went with 4 headlights. And because the Plymouth was just a little bit cheaper, well, only 2. A different way of attacking the same thing. So what else is similar on these cars? Well, take a look. If you're driving these cars, you're behind the steering wheel. If you've got the Rally Dash, take a look at it. 4 instruments, 4 switches. If you come over to the Challenger, and let's say you ordered a Rally Dash as well, well, guess what? It is literally the exact same piece. Everything is identical. Because you think about it, the goal was to build cool cars, but save money at the same time.
And here's a reminder, both of those cars that Rick DeBrule just compared will cross the auction block on Friday during our coverage, so stand by for that. There's a Honda S2000 from 2006 rolling away at $26,000. And we move on to this 1971 Toyota Land Cruiser FJ40 Custom.
Bob, before we get to that, that Honda was quite a bargain. I have seen the hardtops, just the hardtop for those cars, sell for $4,000 to $5,000. So I think somebody got a good deal right there.
And it's a great performance car. I mean, I think it's truly a future collectible that, well, quite frankly, it's already a collectible. Up on the block now, that 1971 Toyota Land Cruiser. It's an FJ40 with some custom touches. Now it's powered by a small block Chevy V8. But it does have the original 3-speed manual transmission, been upgraded to electronic fuel injection. It's got 4-wheel drive, locking hubs. You know, so once again, it's got the classic outer styling with that Chevy engine. Although, to be honest with you, while it doesn't have a lot of power, that original Toyota engine goes on and on and on.
So the bidder assistant coaxed that one final bid raise to $35,000 and won the car. Well done. The next car on the block will be one that Tyler Hoover showed us earlier. It's lot 548.1, 1970 GMC K1500 pickup.
Yeah, a big truck, and it has been treated to either some deeply offset wheels or a bit of a widening of the front and the rear suspension. Frame off restoration, 350 GM crate motor, 4-speed automatic transmission, 4-wheel drive in this one, and those big 33-inch BF Goodrich tires. These trucks were sold originally in a dark green, but it was kind of a forest green, something you'd expect to see working for the Vermont Highway Department. This is a nice dark metallic green, the green theme repeated inside. Very pretty truck.
Yeah, it's got the Sierra Grande package, which was, kind of the upscale package for this. And I like the fact they've even got these, pretty large chrome elements right here to make sure that everybody knows you want to spend a little bit extra and got the Sierra Grande upgrade.
It's got that wood grain across the tailgate to match. Just a bunch of nice little luxury touches for your 1970 truck.
Yeah, with that modern upgraded engine, that crate engine, these days, I mean, you can, buy a crate engine, you can probably start in the, fully decked out $6,000 range, not for massive, but you can go all the way up to $37,000, $38,000 for a good GM crate engine.
$46,000 sends it to its new home. And here's another look into the Maguire staging lanes. Still plenty of people out there on the premises, and still plenty of rods in the staging lanes. Now back on the block is lot 549, the 1976 Chevy K10 Custom.
This one's been given an off-road treatment, a big style bar. I would hesitate to call these 3-inch diameter tubes a roll bar, but with the spare mounted in the back, kind of give it a pre-runner look for desert racing. Lifted suspension, a lot of aftermarket equipment on this one.
Yeah, some subtle changes as well. I mean, up front, for example, they've taken off the 1976 grill, put on a 1979 style grill, and in the interior, they've actually put in the interior from a 1985 Chevy Silverado. So just a little touch, and then check out what they've done in the bed. All right. because they've kind of stylized this with two massive SS logos right here and flames coming down either side, which when you're doing the bed liner, once you glue these down, you just spray right over them.
Add a little bit of diamond tread plate there to separate the bed from the bumper. Not only is there no tailgate, there is no place to attach or hinge the tailgate or latch it, so just never mind.
$31,000 sends it to that gentleman on the stage. Where he has every right to stand as a registered bidder. Oh boy. Now for something entirely different. Lot 549.1 is the 2017 Can-Am Maverick X3 Turbo R Custom.
So we call these UTVs, and these days I always think, you know, when you get right down to it, to me the UTV craze really was started by Bruce Myers with the Myers-Manx, because that's ultimately what they were doing. But now they are so much more sophisticated in terms of what they do. I remember when the Kawasaki Mule came out, that was really the beginning of this generation of UTV. You know, this massive suspension showing up front. This would have been born with a 200 horsepower engine, I believe, and now it's been upgraded to a 325. And check out what's on top. Yeah, there's some fun. You know, we've got a shark look with a fin. Yeah, I don't think you're supposed to go in the water, but if you do, everybody will know where you are.
So this one's been doing a bit of off-road bashing. The white bodywork is covered by a wrap that is mostly silver and adheres in most places.
1932 Ford Spec console and a Honda title. Titles in transit. 1932 Ford Custom Roadster. The Hot Rod Roadster powered by the 1953.
We'll take a break and return with more of the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction as that unique Can-Am Maverick rolls off to its new home. Stand by. Plenty more still to come here in our final hour of 6 on FYI. We are back here in our final hour on FYI at the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction. Here's what the last 3 cars brought as they crossed the block. On the left there you see a 1961 custom Cadillac Series 62 that brought $74,000. And now on the block, the car we talked about earlier, a 1965 Rolls-Royce Silver Cloud 3, hammered away at just $26,000.
Bob, everybody's concerned about what it costs to repair those. Although, to be honest with you, for that generation, it's not hugely expensive. But you think about it, for all the luxury you just bought, not bad.
That was a right hooker. So just the way they were born in England, right-hand drive, beautiful car.
Yeah, power everything. It might be the right-hand drive business that drove people away. Lot 552 is a 1972 Chevelle Custom.
This has the look of the heavy Chevy, but it's badged an SS 454 with the big cowl induction hood, and there is that big block Chevrolet engine. And look at how the headers, they've had to kind of dimple them, if I can get out of the light here, dimple them to clear the suspension on this one, because it all just barely fits under there.
You know, I remember I worked my way through college at Sears Automotive, and I was, you know, working as a service writer one year, and somebody brought in a Camaro, and the muffler shop guy was supposed to put in a new set of headers into it, and he said, I don't know how to take it all apart, because by that point in time, to take the starter off, you had to take the exhaust system. It was getting so complicated. 72, a little simpler, but not much.
$45,000 worth. Sure, give yourself a round of applause. Why not? And we'll move on to lot 553, a 1953 Ford F100 custom pickup.
Well, a little while ago, we saw a Ford F1 roll across the auction block. A few years later, we'd upgraded to the Ford F100 name. The Ford F150 name was still a couple of decades away. This one has a 302 cubic inch V8, brand new radiator that was installed just last year. Beautiful silver paint from front to back. Just nicely done.
The running boards have been fabricated by the consignor or restorer. Very nice wood in the bed. But I think this is one of those drive it and use it class trucks. No harm done.
Yeah, this is not an over-the-top restoration. I mean, once again, they've done a nice job on the body work. They've done some custom touches, some modern, engine underneath, without going over the top. They don't have big, huge, fancy wheels, although they have obviously put disc brakes in the front, and they're still running drums in the rear.
$27,000 takes it to its new home. That man's home. And now let's go to Tyler.
This is a car that's going to be selling tomorrow, a 2023 Dodge Challenger Demon 170. And this is one of those new cars that is an instant classic. Number one, because they're not making them anymore. It's the last call for Dodge and the Hemis, but also the specs, which are absolutely insane.
They are insane. 6.2 Hemi supercharged. You got the Demon kind of crawling out of the supercharger right now. 0 to 60 in 1.66 seconds, quarter mile, 8.1 seconds at 151 miles an hour. You even got the Demon on the other side right here when you're lining up at the track. That is the most epic call out right there with the red eye. I love the Destroyer gray on this wide body. Now, they only made 3,300 of these, and I think I want this one.
Well, it's just so sad that it's over. Of course, the Hemi ended in 1971,
right?
And now it's happening again. Came back in the early 2000s and ending again here in 2023. The next generation is going to be electric. How do you feel about that?
Oh, no way. I'm protesting. I need to have a word with Dodge because we cannot get rid of the Hemi. This is eternal, and we need to keep this going forever. I'm in complete protest.
Well, I mean, clearly there's a demand for these cars given the crazy prices, but they obviously know something we don't. I'm sure when we drive one of these electric Chargers that they're just now hinting at, it'll be just as crazy.
Maybe. I'm going to miss all the noise coming from that beautiful Hemi because you can't recreate it. They're making digital noises with these electric cars. Over my dead body is pretty much that you'll get me into an electric car.
We'll see. I'm optimistic.
Okay, thanks for the rant, April. And now we go back to the block. Lot 554.1 is a 1988 Chevy K5 Blazer.
A big billet grille in front, the stacked rectangular headlights, large and in charge, and way better paint than this was born with. Of course, the suspension is all new and all different. Sharp look.
Yeah, nearly 2 decades after the original Blazer debuted back in 1979, this is what we'd worked our way up to, and now they've taken it to the next generation with that massive lift, these big, huge tires, modern 350 cubic inch V8 engine under the hood, and that candy apple red, I'm going to call it paint color.
350-inch engine, a 6-inch lift on this one.
$30,000 takes it out the door. Once again, be sure to visit Barrett-Jackson.com for the answers to all your questions about the Barrett-Jackson auctions here, Palm Beach, Florida, coming up in April, and first of its kind fall edition here at Westworld of Scottsdale, just announced this week by Barrett-Jackson. Check it out, Barrett-Jackson.com. Now, what have we here? 1985 Chevy C30 custom pickup.
Well, this one looks to be a super stretch. First of all, it's a crew cab with a full 4 doors. Then it's a long bed, an 8-foot bed with a cap added in the front half of the bed that extends to the interior because the rear window in the original cab is gone. And this truck is gone. They are flying across the block here in the final hour.
I should say so. $40,000. Somebody call the fire department. We're in a hurry now. We'll take a break and return with more here in our final hour. So stand by for more from Barrett-Jackson in Scottsdale. There's a look into the rows and rows of cars and two-wheelers and all sorts of automotive-related products that will cross the block here at Barrett-Jackson. That's a nice twofer, the truck and the bike. You never know what you'll see at Barrett-Jackson, but it will be interesting and even exciting. So stay with us all weekend. This is Lot 558, a 1958 Chevrolet Bel Air Custom Coupe.
Yeah, very interesting two-door coupe body style, so more like a two-door sedan. And the quad headlights, which were new for 1958, all this gleaming stainless trim. But what they tried to do to make this look special, even though it's a two-door sedan with the post there, was all of this stainless trim here to be kind of a fastback body style. That wraparound rear window would later be seen on Camaros, on Rivieras, and other GM specialty cars.
So why did quad headlights show up in 1958 on most cars? Well, it's because around the country, a lot of states had rules and laws that forbid quad headlights. Over a period of time, they finally began phasing them out. Few manufacturers started doing quads in 1957, but by 1958, all those state laws were gone.
That was because the U.S. regulations, which previously allowed only a 7-inch round headlight, was amended so you could have quad 5 3/4-inch headlights. And that persisted for many, many years. The good thing, you could buy those headlights back at the time for about $1.50 a piece at the local auto parts store. Today, a headlight unit for a modern car can cost you $200 and up.
$200? That's on the good side. Some of these, we're talking thousands for some of the moderns.
Can I interrupt you guys? We've got a truck on the block.
We're debating automotive lighting. I mean, come on. What more fun can you have?
Oh, don't ask me about lighting. This is Lot 558.1, a 1978 Ford F-150 custom pickup.
It's got the factory 400 cubic inch V8 engine. It's got a 3-speed automatic transmission. It's been redone, but I love how it has this old school late 70s style graphic package.
Very, very nice. Very, you know, it wasn't subtle back in the day, and it's not now, but it's nice. Period correct, let's say.
The custom sells for $31,000. Now, we talk a lot, as you just heard April and Tyler talking earlier, about the future of the internal combustion engine. Well, we're beginning to see a trend in classic cars being electrified. Here's Tyler with more on that.
I am a big land yacht lover, and this 1966 Cadillac DeVille convertible, it's big and also probably one of the kings of the land yachts. But this one has been modified just a little bit. Look under the hood. Gone is the big block Cadillac motor. In its place is a cover hiding an EV conversion, bunch of batteries, tri-motors, over 1,000 pound-feet of torque. So when you start this thing up, you don't hear an engine, you actually hear air compressors because this thing's riding on air and it can be slammed to the ground really quickly. But it's not just land yachts that lend themselves really well to electro mods. There's a muscle car here too. With this little GTO, you can see a little bit more of what's going on under the hood, around the cover, extra cooling for those batteries. But this one is Tesla powered, a 50 kilowatt hour motor, Model 3 performance rear end reinforced to the GTO body, and even regenerative braking from Tesla. So you drive this one expecting a 389 tri-power to lead the lights, but no, it's gonna be a really fast electric car that is completely silent. I love these electro mods, so cool.
And we'll be seeing both of those cars crossing the block on Friday and Saturday. So make sure you're with us. $18,000 for that Mercury Custom. Familiar profile to the Fords and other cars of that era that we've seen here at Barrett-Jackson this year. Here comes a Chevy Corvette 350 from 1970.
So this would be the base Corvette. I mean, there was the LT1 small block, and then, of course, the big block engines. But this one has its original 350 cubic inch V8 made into a 4-speed transmission. The color is Donnybrook green because Corvette named their colors for famed American racetracks. And if you've never heard of Donnybrook, perhaps you have heard of the track that it became, Brainerd International Raceway in Minnesota. This appears to be original paint to my eye, Rick. It's got, you know, just a little bit of spider web and cracking. This looks like a really nice Survivor.
Well, according to the consignor, it only has about 22,000 miles on the odometer, so that's exactly right. That's why, but to be honest with you, this is, as a Survivor, looks like it's in great condition. You know, we've seen plenty of these where you have cracks in the fiberglass. Yeah, it's a Survivor, but this one looks like a good Survivor.
Corvette Owners Association of South Texas, San Antonio. So this car apparently has been in a dry climate and well kept.
(1970), they flared the wheels out just a little bit to kind of prevent the rock chips were coming up. You see them right behind that front wheel. Notice how it's a little bit flared, so the idea being that the rock chips wouldn't come up and cause body damage.
Good value right here for a Survivor 4-speed chrome bumper C3 Corvette.
In the back, it was the first year for the rectangular exhaust. The year before, I believe, they were round.
What you don't see is an opening trunk. Corvette didn't have them beginning there with the C3 or the C with the Stingray, and then the C3, and then for many years thereafter, no opening trunk lid.
Well, there was a man who needed a handshake. He finally got one, and he will sign for that beautiful C3 Corvette. And there you see the Summit Racing Sold sticker has gone on, along with the hammer price. Now, here's a car that's coming up. Lot 566, a 1966 Chevy El Camino pickup. 350 cubic inch V8, 4-barrel carburetor, 4-speed manual transmission. It's a beauty. Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. We are into our final half hour as you look at some of the incredible pre-war classics lined up in the salon, where the very best of the consignments for this year's auction are lined up for everyone to enjoy by walking through the room and then watching them as they cross the block before these very discerning and sophisticated Barrett-Jackson bidders. The hammer comes down at $27,000 on this 1968 Chevrolet Nova, a custom coupe. And we will move on to lot 564, 1982 Chevy C10 custom pickup.
Really nice indigo paint on this one over silver, and what look like salt flat wheels, or a current American racing equipment take on the vintage Halabrand IndyCar wheel. That is very, very sharp, and those are big. Those look like about 22s with little rubber band tires on them. So nice half-ton short bed, a Vortec 350 cubic inch V8 engine, 3-speed automatic transmission. The interior and the body lines look very, very stock, but man, love those wheels.
Yeah, obviously they've lowered it. They say they've lowered it 4 inches in the front, 6 inches in the back to give it that bottomed out look. It's got power steering. I love those 22-inch wheels. They just look spectacular.
So to do a 4.6 drop, you have to C-section the frame in the back, because otherwise that rear end will come right up and hit it. So a lot of surgery involved there.
C-section, my, for just $25,000. Okay, stop me if you've heard this before. Lot 565.1 is a 1965 Ford F100 custom pickup.
Well, this one is quite different under the hood. A big, tall Y-end manifold with dual Holley double pumper 4-barrel carburetors. That's a tunnel ram style intake. Has a gear drive cam, custom exhaust system with electric cutouts. Yeah, why send your exhaust through the mufflers when you don't have to? And boy, a lot of work has gone into this one.
Yeah, and you'll notice on the hood scoop, because it's got this massive snake on there, 501 stroker. So they want everybody to know there's something special, as if this paint wouldn't be enough. Boy, that is just about as deep a metal flake paint. I believe this is called PPG Vibrance.
So obviously the theme is purple, but I am seeing metallic flecks of green, blue, and red within that purple paint. Of course, red and blue make purple, so that figures. Boy, so much that's gone into this build. 600 miles on that motor, 64,000 miles on the truck when they started the restoration.
Take a look in the bed and look what they've done. So you have these massive wheel wells, because what they've done is put massive tires on. So this is what it looks like up top. If we go down below, well, you can see exactly why. Big pieces of rubber.
And $33,000 takes it away, much to that gentleman's delight. Now our next vehicle is one we talked to you about earlier. It's a 1966 Chevy El Camino pickup.
So the El Camino started in 1959 and 60 on the full-size Chevrolet. Took a hiatus and came back in 1964 on the Chevelle two-door wagon. Provided the frame and most of the bodywork for this one. This has the LT1 valve covers. And looks like it's an LT1, yeah, non-original, 350 cubic inch. Looks like an LT1 transplant here from, say, out of a 70 Z28 or Corvette.
Yeah, it's got Corvette valve covers, 4-speed manual transmission, the mounted floor shifter. It's got the console inside. And according to the consignor, this is the original color it was born with. However, it has been repainted into the original color again.
Vintage air has been added. Has a nice full-length tonneau cover. Bucket seats, which were optional. And it's a 4-speed.
And you know, it's interesting. Earlier today, we had a 57 Ranchero go across, which was the beginning of the sport utility phrase. Let's listen to see what here Steve Davis has to say.
3 times where we are right now.
Thanks, Steve. Now 18.
Well, he was going into it, but it's interesting to look at what the evolution. You know, they originally started off on full-size chassis. El Camino ultimately went to the mid-size, while Ford went to the compact size and then grew. So they had different ways of attacking the same problem depending upon what generation you were looking at.
And in the end, it was the El Camino that survived. The Ranchero went away. They kept building El Caminos on the G-body chassis until and including 1987. Now, note above the Chevrolet lettering, what does this do? Absolutely nothing. It's because this tailgate was shared with the 2-door station wagon, and that's where the crank would be for the window glass to go up and down on the station wagon.
$22,000. I'd say that's a pretty good buy. That gentleman thinks so too. Now, every day before the cars begin to cross the Barrett-Jackson auction block, they sell automobilia, everything related to the automobile. Like this late 1960s Hamm's Beer rotating tavern light-up sign featuring a Northwood scene, sold for $2,200. And this unusual 1930s Motorola radio for car or home neon dealer clock, featuring animated spinning wheel design, and it's sold for $4,200. And how about this stellar vintage Sinclair Oil single-sided light-up service station sign with the Dyno logo, the only one ever offered here at Barrett-Jackson, and it hammered away at $11,500. Back to the block now. A 1966 Ford Mustang convertible.
Second year for the Ford Mustang in this particular body style. Remember that first year was a massive run of 680,000 because they basically built them for a year and a half. Not a massive number of changes. And this is a nice custom, not over the top. They haven't gone crazy with it. Got some fun paint up front. They say it is an original factory C code powered by that 289 cubic inch engine, 3-speed automatic transmission, a Holley 4-barrel carburetor, and that color is ruby red.
Yeah, nice candy apple paint. They have added the GT fog lights to the Mustang N Corral in the grille. Some American Racing torque thrust wheels. Very sharp presentation here.
And $31,000 takes it away. That deserves a smile. Now back to Tyler.
Here's another beautiful machine selling tomorrow, a 1949 Chevrolet Custom pickup truck. And you can see from the outside it does look very stock. Look at this beautiful wood bed in here. They did a red tint to the oak. Underneath, what you can't see is a totally modern coilover suspension, which does lower it a bit to the ground. So a bit of a hint there. But then come inside here. Great custom touches to the interior, but a few nods and tributes. You see the steering wheel, that is original to 1949. They just leather wrapped it. And then when you look at that door panel, they actually found this material from the 1957 Chevy Bel Air. So a little bit of an upgrade there to the 50s with the interior. And then you go under the hood, and they made it look like something that was hot rodded in the 60s with that 327 badge here on the valve cover, but actually it's a modern 5.3 liter V8 that's been built out and has great performance. But my favorite part, little custom touch here, Wichita, the air capital of the world, a little vanity plate right here. That's my hometown. They build airplanes there. Boeing, which I have an inside source, it's not our fault the door blew off in the Alaska Airlines flight. That wasn't us, that was somebody else. Cessna and Beechcraft, which we actually have a vintage Beechcraft of the same era selling here at Barrett-Jackson later this week.
That we do, Tyler, and it's a beautiful airplane, a bit of a movie star too. We'll tell you about that when the time comes. But that truck that Tyler just showcased for us will cross the block tomorrow. And the hammer falls at $19,000 on this Chevrolet K5 Blazer. And we're going to step away one more time with about a quarter of an hour remaining here on Wonderful Wednesday at Barrett-Jackson. Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson, where there's a car on the block, but it's time for us to start wrapping up Wonderful Wednesday. So let's join Mike Joy with the men who made it happen.
Thanks, Bob. Second day of our coverage, third day of the auction. Steve, give us a recap of Wednesday.
Wild Wednesday, Mike. Just like we said, only better. Absolutely amazing day. We had something for everybody. We hit six figures on multiple cars, everything from Lamborghinis to custom Corvettes. Incredible day, and tomorrow we do the same thing. The intensity picks up, the quality picks up, and the excitement continues to rise.
Now today, 6 cars sold at $100,000 or higher. All of the top 10, $90,000 and up. So, Craig, what can we look forward to for Thursday?
Well, more cars, better quality. The pace is going to pick up a little bit more. And across the board, just the same diversity of cars, just a little bit more up in money. It's going to seem like a Friday tomorrow.
All right, now we're on the air 3 to 9 local tomorrow, Steve, but you're starting to sell cars pretty early in the day.
Absolutely. Start at 10 o'clock. Actually, Automobilia kicks off. They had an incredible day, so they're going to jam it. They're going to set the stage for some excitement. We're going to pick it up where they left it off. We're going to take it to the next level, and again, this is going to be the first Friday on Thursday.
Yes.
All right. Get your Friday fix on Thursday at Barrett-Jackson.
Time, all the time.
Yep.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. On the block is lot 571, a 1958 Bentley S1.
Well, the S1 was built between 1955 and 1959. Essentially, it was derived from the Rolls-Royce Silver Cloud. And it's just your classic big-looking limousine. And back in a time when Bentley and Rolls-Royce were pretty much not even kissing cousin. They were closer than that.
Yeah, it's basically made on the same assembly line and rebadged, which was such a shame because Bentley had such a great racing and sporting heritage before. Then that's what differentiated itself from Rolls-Royce. But by this era, yes, they were very much the same. But that's still, you know, not bad when it comes to the construction of these. Very opulent, very cushy luxury ride here.
And this one's a right hooker. You can see we got a right-hand drive up there, so it's a, we'll call it a British domestic import at some point in time. But I will say the paint job that's been done on this is really nice, and this is not an inexpensive paint job. I mean, figure, you know, modern paint is costing $1,000, $1,200 a gallon. It costs a bunch of money to paint this.
Not to mention it being British and the bodies being very sensitive to wet weather and rust and all that stuff. The body looks very nice on it. And the white paint looks great with the wide white wall tires.
This is perfect for somebody with a wedding business, you know. You want to be able to escort people, bring them up to the wedding venue or take them away. This is exactly what you want.
Yeah, for $22,000, you rent this out for $500 a weekend? You get your money back pretty quick.
And it sells for $23,000. Congratulations, sir. Now it's time for a look at our top 3 sellers. As Mike mentioned, 6 six-figure cars today. Finishing third was this 1970 Chevy Camaro RS SS Custom in a beautiful shade of green, and it hammered away for $110,000. Our second top seller was a 2014 Ford Shelby GT500 Super Snake. Kudos to Carroll Shelby, who envisioned the original car. $115,000 took it home. And topping them all here on Wonderful Wednesday, a 2009 Chevy Corvette Custom. An amazing vision, beautifully executed by craftsmen, and it raised the roof at $117,000. And now on the block, a 2003 Mercedes-Benz SL500 Roadster.
Well, first year for this styling cycle, and this looks like the Designo Silver that was the launch color. The SL500 5-liter V8, folding hardtop, lots of black leather, and beautiful oak insides. This one well enjoyed, but I think somebody's going to get a great car here for not a lot of money.
Yes, like every generation of Mercedes, when they decide to renew it, it is a massive evolutionary step. Before this, it was a soft top with a removable hard top that you had to lift off with your friend, but now it all retracts into the trunk seamlessly. No cloth top on this one. Also an active suspension called ABC hydraulic.
58,000 miles, a lot of life left here.
And $13,000 takes it away. That's highway robbery. Oh my goodness. She wanted it. No, he wanted it. Well, now you both have it. Lot 575 is a 2003 Mercedes-Benz. Oh, excuse me. No, 1997, apologies, Jaguar XK8 convertible. I got too much paper up here.
Well, here's another first year of a big evolutionary step. Before this, it was the Jaguar XJS, which the design had gone back to the 70s. So it was long overdue for a redesign with Jaguar's convertible, and they knocked it out of the park with this design. V8 under the hood, modern electronics, very beautiful design. Great car.
I didn't realize they called it Jaguar in Wichita, Kansas. That's a little accent there. I hadn't noticed that.
I watched a lot of Top Gear growing up, the British one, so yeah, I didn't say Jaguar like the Americans, I suppose.
So really, this was a big change from the XJS. The XJS was a big tourer. It really wasn't much of a sports car. Now, don't get me wrong, this isn't a true sports car, but they were starting to get back to their roots. You know, when they had a little more of a sports car-ish kind of design in terms of what they were looking for. Now, they didn't get back to a true sports car look, I think, until they got to the F-Type. But this was a great evolutionary step.
Well, I do love the XJR and the XKR, which had a sportier look on these, and a supercharged V8. Some great power, almost 400 horsepower out of this platform a few years after this.
Now compare the interior of this to the Mercedes we just saw. Lots of leather, but look at all that beautiful burled wood. Mercedes just didn't go in that direction. This is English craftsmanship as opposed to German engineering.
And it was successful for Jaguar. I mean, when this came out, it was really the fastest selling Jaguar that they had made in a long, long time. It was the right car at the right time.
$18,000. Another good buy. Down the ramp it goes. And here comes lot 578, a 1998 Ford Mustang SVT Cobra convertible.
Well, a limited build on these. You know, Ford in the total performance business. We talked about Jim Farley earlier saying that Ford was going to continue to build affordable V8 sports cars as long as they were allowed to. This has a 32-valve, 4.6-liter V8, 5-speed manual, 300 horsepower. This could have been a Canadian car because the speedometer and odometer are in kilometers, not in miles.
Well, one of the big benefits of this is the all-aluminum V8 engine. When Shelby came back with the GT500 in 2007, they kind of went backwards in some people's taste because it was an iron block. These Cobras before this, and eventually went to the Terminator Supercharged, was all aluminum. A lot of folks like that better. Of course, the Shelby's 500 horsepower from the factory, so a big bump from here in 98 with 300 horsepower.
And once again, 32 valves. It's a pretty sophisticated motor in 1999 coming out of what, you know, we traditionally seen in Mustangs up until this point.
Well, coming from Canada, I imagine that's a reason why it was so preserved. Not because of the climate, but because he would have put this away every single winter and not subjected it to the roads. We do see a lot of clean cars coming out of Canada. I picked up a Buick Grand National in Palm Beach last year that came from Canada, and it was sort of the same case. Beautiful underneath, inside and out, because they don't drive them when it's wintertime.
So you can go, hey, Dad, the speedometer goes up to 240. Well, that's kilometers, not miles.
Sold for $15,000, which is about 20 grand Canadian, I think. And away it goes. And here comes what will probably be our last auction lot of the evening, 1996 Ford Mustang GT convertible.
And that's a good thing, Bob, because it is the last car in the auction today. The staging lanes are empty, and this little purple Speedster is going to be the final car. 4.6-liter V8, 230 horsepower, and this also is likely a Canadian car with the speedo and odometer indicated in kilometers.
Now, this one isn't a Cobra like what we saw before. You have the traditional 4.6-liter V8, not quite 100 less than the horsepower, but this one equally well preserved and a more eye-catching color in that purple with the white top.
Well, the dealer indicator here is Melody Motors in Milford, Saskatchewan, so Canadian car here.
All right, thank you one and all. That puts a wrap on another 6 hours of live coverage from Scottsdale. The prices and quality of the vehicles will continue to soar as the week goes on, so be sure to tune in tomorrow for another 6 hours of auction action here on FYI, starting again at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. For now, for Mike Joy, Rick DeBrule, Tyler Hoover, and April Rose, I'm Bob Barsha. Thanks so much for joining us and riding through the day. We'll see you tomorrow from Scottsdale.